In a world filled with constant noise, distractions, and demands, finding true joy can often seem like an impossible quest. We chase after happiness in fleeting moments, only to find that it slips through our fingers just as quickly as it came. The pressures of modern life can be overwhelming, pulling us in 1,000 different directions, leaving us feeling empty and unfulfilled. But what if the joy we seek isn't something to be chased at all? What if it's not found in the ever-changing circumstances of our lives, but in something deeper, something unshakable? The journey to discovering this kind of joy requires a shift in perspective, a new way of thinking and being that isn't swayed by the ups and downs of daily life. This kind of joy isn't dependent on material success, the approval of others, or even the absence of difficulties. It's a joy that remains steady, even when life doesn't go as planned. It's a joy that grows from within, nourished by a mindset that values inner peace over external validation, resilience over comfort, and wisdom over fleeting pleasure. Imagine waking up each day with a sense of calm confidence, knowing that whatever challenges you face, you have the strength to handle them. Picture yourself letting go of the need for perfection, allowing yourself to grow and improve without the constant pressure of meeting unrealistic standards. Envision a life where you no longer allow fear or anxiety to hold you back, where you move forward with a sense of purpose and clarity. This is the joy that comes from living in alignment with timeless principles that have guided some of the greatest minds in history. It's a joy that doesn't come from avoiding pain or difficulty, but from facing them with courage and grace. It's about cultivating habits that lead to lasting happiness, building emotional resilience that withstands the storms of life, and developing a mindset that sees challenges not as obstacles, but as opportunities for growth. To embark on this journey is to step into a new way of living, one that is grounded in wisdom and clarity. It's about understanding that true joy isn't about constant excitement or endless pleasure, but about a deep sense of contentment and peace that comes from living in harmony with your values. It's about recognizing that while you may not be able to control everything that happens to you, you can control how you respond to it, and that response is where your power lies. As you begin this journey, you may find that some of the concepts challenge your current way of thinking. You might be used to measuring your happiness by external markers, success at work, approval from others, or the accumulation of material things. But as you explore these new ideas, you'll discover that these external markers are often unreliable and fleeting. The joy that truly lasts is the kind that comes from within, from a mind that is calm, focused, and unshakable. This journey isn't about denying yourself or giving up on your dreams. Instead, it's about aligning your dreams with something more substantial, something that won't crumble when life gets tough. It's about finding joy in the process, in the daily habits and small victories that build a life of meaning and purpose. It's about understanding that the path to joy is not a straight line, but a winding road, filled with twists and turns that, when navigated with wisdom and patience, lead to a deeper, more fulfilling happiness. You'll learn to embrace challenges as opportunities to grow stronger, to view setbacks as stepping stones to success, and to see every experience, good or bad, as a valuable lesson on your journey. This isn't about quick fixes or instant gratification. It's about building a foundation for lasting joy, one that can weather any storm and shine through even the darkest of times. There will be moments when you doubt yourself, when the road ahead seems too steep or the obstacles too great. But remember, it's not about being perfect. It's about making progress. Each step you take, no matter how small, brings you closer to the life you want to live. Every challenge you face is an opportunity to strengthen your resolve and deepen your joy. As you continue on this path, you'll begin to notice changes in yourself. You may find that you're less affected by the opinions of others, more patient with the process, and more at peace with where you are right now. You'll start to see that the joy you're cultivating isn't something that can be taken away by external circumstances, because it's rooted in something much deeper. This joy is a quiet confidence that comes from knowing that you have the tools to handle whatever comes your way. It's a sense of inner peace that remains steady even when life is anything but. It's a profound sense of contentment that grows as you align more closely with your values and priorities. The journey won't always be easy, but it will be worth it. Along the way, you'll discover strengths you didn't know you had, develop resilience that will carry you through the toughest times, and uncover a deep, abiding joy that will enrich every aspect of your life. This isn't just about feeling good. It's about living a life that is truly good, a life that is rich in meaning, purpose, and lasting happiness. As you embark on this journey, know that you are not alone. Many have walked this path before you, finding wisdom and guidance in the timeless principles that have stood the test of time. These principles are here to support you, to guide you, and to help you cultivate a joy that is as enduring as it is profound. So take a deep breath and take that first step. The road ahead may be challenging, but it's also filled with possibility. With each step, you'll move closer to a life of pure joy, a joy that isn't dependent on anything outside of you, but that grows from within, nourished by the wisdom and strength that you already possess. This journey is yours to take, and the rewards are immeasurable. Embrace the process. Trust in the wisdom that has guided so many before you, and know that the joy you seek is not only possible, but well within your reach. It begins with a single step, and that step starts now. Imagine waking up every day with a sense of calm, confidence, and contentment, knowing that no matter what happens, you have the inner strength to face it. Picture yourself embracing challenges as opportunities, not as burdens. What if I told you that this way of living is not just a dream, but a reality you can create for yourself? This is not about chasing happiness through external means, but about cultivating a deep, lasting joy that comes from within. The secret lies in developing habits that align your life with timeless wisdom, habits that, when practiced daily, transform your experience of the world. Let's dive into the habits that can change your life forever. When we think about happiness, it's easy to focus on the things we want to acquire: wealth, success, relationships. We imagine that if we could just have or achieve certain things, we would be happy. But what if the key to happiness wasn't about getting more, but about nurturing what we already have? The Stoics believed that happiness is not a destination, but a way of living. It's about how we think, how we act, and how we respond to the world around us. The habits you form are the foundation of this philosophy, shaping your mind and spirit into a wellspring of joy, no matter the external circumstances. The first step is to embrace the habit of gratitude. It might sound simple, but taking time each day to reflect on what you are thankful for can shift your entire perspective. Instead of focusing on what you lack, gratitude allows you to see the abundance that already exists in your life. This isn't about ignoring challenges or pretending everything is perfect. It's about acknowledging the good in your life, even amidst difficulties. Gratitude grounds you in the present moment, reminding you that joy can be found right where you are. Another powerful habit is practicing mindfulness. In a world full of distractions, being present in the moment can feel like a radical act. The Stoics taught that the only thing truly within our control is our mind, how we choose to think and respond to what happens around us. By cultivating mindfulness, you learn to observe your thoughts without getting swept away by them. You begin to see the difference between what you can control and what you can't. This clarity brings peace, as you stop wasting energy on things outside your control and focus on what truly matters. Next is the habit of self-reflection. The Stoics believed that an examined life is essential to personal growth. Taking time each day to reflect on your actions, thoughts, and emotions helps you understand yourself better and make conscious choices about how you live. Self-reflection is not about judging yourself harshly, but about learning from your experiences and striving to improve. It's a practice that keeps you aligned with your values and helps you stay on the path to lasting happiness. A crucial habit to cultivate is acceptance. Life is full of unexpected twists and turns, and trying to control everything only leads to frustration and disappointment. The Stoics taught the power of accepting what is, of understanding that some things are beyond your control, and that's okay. Acceptance doesn't mean giving up or being passive. It means acknowledging reality as it is, rather than as you wish it to be, and responding to it with wisdom and grace. When you accept life on its terms, you free yourself from unnecessary suffering and open the door to true happiness. In tandem with acceptance is the habit of focusing on what you can control. The Stoics emphasized the importance of directing your energy towards what you can influence, your thoughts, actions, and responses. By letting go of the need to control everything, you reduce anxiety and stress, creating space for peace and contentment. This habit encourages you to take responsibility for your life, recognizing that your happiness depends not on external circumstances, but on how you choose to navigate them. Another essential habit is practicing compassion, both for yourself and for others. The Stoics believed in the interconnectedness of all people, understanding that we are all part of a greater whole. Practicing compassion means being kind to yourself when you make mistakes and extending that kindness to others. It's about recognizing the shared humanity in everyone you encounter and treating others with empathy and understanding. Compassion fosters connection and brings a sense of fulfillment that goes beyond personal happiness, enriching your relationships and your community. Equally important is the habit of pursuing purpose. The Stoics taught that living in alignment with your values and pursuing a meaningful purpose is key to lasting happiness. This habit involves taking time to clarify what truly matters to you and setting goals that reflect those values. When you live with purpose, you create a sense of direction and fulfillment that transcends the ups and downs of daily life. Your purpose becomes a source of motivation and joy, guiding your actions and giving your life deeper meaning. Another powerful habit is resilience. Life is full of challenges, and how you respond to them determines your happiness. Resilience is about bouncing back from adversity, learning from your experiences, and growing stronger in the process. The Stoics believed that every challenge is an opportunity to cultivate virtue, to become wiser, braver, and more compassionate. By developing resilience, you build a foundation of inner strength that allows you to maintain your joy even in difficult times. Simplicity is another habit that can transform your life. In a world that often values excess, the Stoics taught the power of living simply. This habit is about focusing on what truly matters and letting go of what doesn't. It's about decluttering your life, physically, mentally, and emotionally, and creating space for the things that bring you joy and fulfillment. Simplicity isn't about deprivation. It's about abundance, an abundance of peace, clarity, and happiness that comes from living in harmony with your values. Finally, the habit of detachment is essential for lasting happiness. The Stoics believed that clinging to things, whether it's possessions, relationships, or outcomes, leads to suffering. Detachment doesn't mean you stop caring, but that you stop attaching your happiness to things outside of your control. It's about enjoying life's blessings without becoming dependent on them, understanding that true joy comes from within. Detachment frees you from the fear of loss and allows you to experience life fully without being weighed down by unnecessary worries. Each of these habits on its own has the power to bring you closer to lasting happiness, but together they form a comprehensive approach to living a life of joy and fulfillment. As you begin to incorporate these habits into your daily life, you'll notice subtle but profound changes in how you think, feel, and respond to the world around you. You'll find that happiness isn't something to be chased or achieved, but something to be cultivated from within. It's a way of being that comes from living in alignment with your values, embracing the present moment, and responding to life's challenges with wisdom and grace. The joy that comes from this way of living is deep, lasting, and unshakable. This journey isn't about perfection. It's about progress. It's about taking small, consistent steps each day to cultivate the habits that lead to lasting happiness. Some days will be easier than others, and that's okay. What matters is that you keep moving forward, that you keep choosing joy, even when it's hard. As you continue to practice these habits, you'll begin to see the world in a new light. You'll notice the beauty in the everyday moments, the lessons in the challenges, and the opportunities in the obstacles. You'll find that happiness isn't something you have to wait for, but something you can create right now, in this moment, with the choices you make. This path to happiness is one of self-discovery, growth, and transformation. It's about uncovering the joy that has always been within you, waiting to be nurtured and cultivated. The habits you develop will not only bring you happiness, but will also help you become the person you were meant to be: calm, confident, resilient, and joyful. As you embrace these habits, you'll also inspire others to do the same. Your happiness will radiate outwards, touching the lives of those around you and creating a ripple effect of positivity and joy. You'll become a source of light in a world that can often feel dark, showing others that true happiness is possible, no matter the circumstances. The journey to lasting happiness is not a destination, but a way of living. It's about waking up each day with a sense of purpose and joy, knowing that you have the power to create the life you want. It's about embracing the ups and downs of life with grace and resilience, knowing that every experience is an opportunity to grow and learn. As you continue on this journey, remember that happiness is not a race. There's no finish line, no prize for getting there first. It's a lifelong practice, a way of being that evolves and deepens over time. Be patient with yourself, be kind to yourself, and trust that with each step you take, you're moving closer to the lasting happiness you deserve. The habits you've learned are your tools for this journey, your companions on the road to joy. Use them daily, nurture them, and watch as they transform your life from the inside out. As you do, you'll discover a joy that is not dependent on anything external, but that grows from within, a joy that is pure, lasting, and unshakable. This is the joy you've been searching for, the happiness that doesn't fade with time or change with circumstances. It's a joy that is yours to create, yours to nurture, and yours to keep. All it takes is a commitment to the habits that lead to lasting happiness and the courage to live your life with purpose, clarity, and love. So, take these habits to heart, practice them daily, and watch as your life transforms in ways you never thought possible. The journey to lasting happiness begins now, and it begins with you. As you continue to nurture the habits that bring about lasting happiness, it becomes clear that true contentment is not simply about enjoying life when everything is going well. It's about developing the strength to maintain your equilibrium even when faced with difficulties. The reality of life is that it's filled with ups and downs, and emotional resilience is what allows you to navigate these fluctuations without losing your sense of inner peace. Emotional resilience is not just about bouncing back from adversity. It's about thriving in spite of it, about turning challenges into opportunities for growth and wisdom. Through the principles of Stoic philosophy, you can cultivate this resilience, enabling you to remain steadfast and composed no matter what life throws your way. At the heart of emotional resilience is the practice of acceptance. Life, with all its unpredictability, often brings situations that are beyond our control. It's natural to want things to go according to our plans, but the truth is, much of what happens in life is outside our influence. The Stoic practice of acceptance teaches us to recognize and embrace this reality. Acceptance is not about giving up or resigning yourself to whatever happens. Rather, it's about understanding that resisting the inevitable only leads to unnecessary suffering. By accepting what is, you free yourself from the emotional turmoil that comes with trying to control the uncontrollable. Imagine facing a significant life change, such as the loss of a job, the end of a relationship, or a health issue. The instinctive reaction might be to resist, to wish things were different, and to fight against the situation. This resistance often leads to frustration, anger, and a sense of helplessness. However, when you practice acceptance, you acknowledge the reality of the situation without adding the emotional burden of wishing it were otherwise. This doesn't mean you have to like or agree with the situation, but it does mean that you recognize it as part of your current reality. By doing so, you conserve your emotional energy and can focus on responding to the situation in a way that is constructive and aligned with your values. Acceptance is a powerful tool for emotional resilience because it allows you to stay grounded, even when life throws unexpected challenges your way. It helps you to maintain a sense of calm and clarity, which are essential for making thoughtful decisions and taking effective action. When you stop resisting the flow of life and instead embrace it, you create space for growth, learning, and ultimately, for greater peace of mind. Building on the foundation of acceptance is the practice of reframing your perspective. The way you interpret the events in your life has a profound impact on how you experience them emotionally. When faced with difficulties, it's easy to fall into patterns of negative thinking, viewing challenges as insurmountable obstacles or as reflections of your inadequacies. However, Stoicism teaches that you have the power to change the narrative by reframing your thoughts. Reframing is the practice of shifting your perspective to see challenges not as threats, but as opportunities for personal growth and development. Consider a scenario where you encounter a significant setback, such as a project at work failing to meet expectations or a personal goal that remains unfulfilled. The initial reaction might be to view this as a failure, leading to feelings of disappointment, frustration, or even despair. However, by practicing reframing, you can choose to see this setback in a different light. Instead of focusing on what went wrong, you can ask yourself what you can learn from the experience. What insights can you gain that will help you in the future? How can this challenge be an opportunity to develop new skills or to refine your approach? Reframing is not about denying the difficulty of the situation or pretending that everything is fine. It's about consciously choosing to focus on the positive aspects, the lessons, the growth opportunities, the chance to build resilience. This shift in perspective not only changes how you feel about the situation, but it also empowers you to take constructive action. By viewing challenges as opportunities rather than as threats, you can approach them with curiosity and determination rather than fear and defeat. Over time, this practice of reframing helps to strengthen your emotional resilience, enabling you to face life's difficulties with a positive and proactive mindset. Mindfulness is another essential practice for developing emotional resilience. In today's fast-paced world, it's easy to become overwhelmed by the constant stream of information, responsibilities, and distractions. Our minds often race from one thought to the next, worrying about the future, or dwelling on the past. Mindfulness, however, teaches us to anchor ourselves in the present moment. It's the practice of being fully engaged in the here and now, with an open and non-judgmental awareness of our thoughts, emotions, and surroundings. When you practice mindfulness, you cultivate the ability to observe your thoughts and feelings without becoming entangled in them. This is particularly valuable during times of stress or emotional upheaval. For instance, when you're feeling anxious or overwhelmed, mindfulness allows you to step back and take a moment to breathe, to center yourself, and to focus on what is happening right now, rather than getting lost in worries about what might happen or regrets about what has already happened. This practice not only helps to reduce stress and anxiety, but also enhances your ability to respond to challenges with greater clarity and calm. Mindfulness also helps you to fully appreciate the positive moments in life. By being present, you can savor the simple pleasures that might otherwise go unnoticed: the warmth of the sun on your skin, the taste of a good meal, the sound of laughter. These moments of presence and appreciation build a reservoir of positive experiences and emotions, which you can draw upon during more challenging times. In this way, mindfulness strengthens your emotional resilience by helping you to maintain a sense of inner peace and stability, even in the midst of life's inevitable ups and downs. Another important aspect of emotional resilience is the practice of detachment. In a world that often measures success by external achievements, whether it's career success, financial wealth, or social approval, it's easy to become overly attached to specific outcomes. We set goals and work hard to achieve them, and naturally, we want to see our efforts rewarded. However, this attachment can lead to disappointment and stress when things don't turn out as we hoped. The Stoic practice of detachment teaches us that true resilience comes from within, not from external circumstances. Detachment is not about giving up on your goals or becoming indifferent to the outcomes. It's about recognizing that while you can control your actions and efforts, the final results are often beyond your control. By practicing detachment, you learn to focus on what you can influence: your intentions, your decisions, your responses, while letting go of the need to control or predict the outcomes. This mindset frees you from the anxiety and pressure that often accompany the pursuit of specific goals, allowing you to approach your aspirations with a sense of calm and balance. For example, if you invest a lot of time and effort into a project at work, but it doesn't succeed as you had hoped, detachment allows you to accept the outcome without letting it undermine your self-worth or your happiness. You can reflect on what you learned from the experience, adjust your approach if necessary, and move forward with a renewed sense of purpose. Detachment also applies to relationships and possessions. By practicing detachment, you cultivate a sense of inner stability that is not easily shaken by external changes or losses. Whether it's a relationship ending, a financial setback, or a shift in circumstances, detachment helps you to maintain your emotional balance, enabling you to navigate life's challenges with grace and resilience. Another vital component of emotional resilience is self-compassion. It's easy to be hard on yourself when things go wrong, to judge yourself harshly for mistakes or perceived failures. However, this kind of self-criticism only undermines your emotional strength, making it harder to recover from setbacks. Self-compassion, on the other hand, involves treating yourself with the same kindness, understanding, and support that you would offer to a friend in need. When you practice self-compassion, you recognize that it's okay to be imperfect, to struggle, and to fail. Everyone experiences difficulties, and it's a natural part of being human. Instead of beating yourself up when things don't go as planned, self-compassion encourages you to offer yourself words of encouragement and support. For instance, if you make a mistake, rather than berating yourself, you might say, "It's okay. Everyone makes mistakes. What can I learn from this? This shift in mindset not only helps you recover more quickly from setbacks, but also strengthens your overall emotional resilience. Self-compassion also involves taking care of your emotional and physical well-being. This means allowing yourself time to rest and recharge, seeking support from others when needed, and treating yourself with kindness and respect. By cultivating self-compassion, you build a foundation of inner strength and self-worth that isn't easily shaken by external events. You become more resilient because you know that no matter what happens, you have your own support and care to rely on. Lastly, cultivating a sense of purpose is essential for building emotional resilience. Purpose gives your life meaning and direction, providing a reason to keep going even when times are tough. When you have a clear sense of what matters most to you, whether it's your relationships, your work, your personal growth, or your contribution to the world, you are better equipped to navigate challenges and setbacks. A strong sense of purpose acts as an anchor, helping you stay grounded and focused even when the world around you is chaotic. It gives you the motivation to persevere through difficulties, knowing that your efforts are aligned with your values and goals. This sense of alignment brings a deep sense of fulfillment and satisfaction, which contributes to your overall emotional resilience. Living with purpose doesn't mean you have to have all the answers or that your purpose must be grand or world-changing. It's about identifying what is meaningful to you and living in a way that reflects those values. Your purpose might be as simple as being a loving partner, a dedicated professional, or someone who strives to grow and learn each day. By connecting with your purpose, you gain a sense of clarity and direction that helps you navigate life's challenges with resilience and grace. You are less likely to be thrown off course by setbacks or difficulties, as you have a strong foundation of meaning and purpose to guide you. This sense of purpose not only strengthens your emotional resilience, but also enriches your life, helping you to live with greater intention and fulfillment. As you continue to integrate these Stoic practices into your life, acceptance, reframing, mindfulness, detachment, self-compassion, and purpose, you will find that your emotional resilience grows stronger with each passing day. You will become more adept at handling stress, more confident in your ability to overcome obstacles, and more at peace with the challenges that life inevitably presents. Building emotional resilience is a lifelong journey, one that requires practice, patience, and self-compassion. But as you continue to develop these habits, you will discover a profound sense of inner strength, stability, and joy that allows you to navigate life's storms with grace and wisdom. The journey to emotional resilience is not about reaching a final destination. It's about continuously cultivating the practices that allow you to thrive in the face of adversity. With each challenge you encounter, you have the opportunity to strengthen your resilience, to grow, and to become more aligned with your true self. As you continue to practice these principles, you will find that your emotional resilience becomes a natural part of who you are, a foundation of strength and stability that supports you in every aspect of your life. This resilience will empower you to live with greater confidence, clarity, and joy, knowing that you have the inner resources to handle whatever comes your way. In conclusion, the Stoic practices of acceptance, reframing, mindfulness, detachment, self-compassion, and purpose are powerful tools for building emotional resilience. These practices help you navigate life's challenges with grace, wisdom, and strength, allowing you to maintain your inner peace and joy even in the face of adversity. By integrating these practices into your daily life, you can cultivate a deep, lasting resilience that not only helps you endure difficult times, but also enables you to thrive and flourish no matter what life brings your way. As you continue on this journey, remember that building emotional resilience is a process, not a destination. It requires ongoing practice, self-reflection, and a commitment to personal growth. But as you continue to develop these habits, you will discover a profound sense of inner strength, stability, and joy that allows you to navigate life's storms with grace and wisdom. This is the essence of emotional resilience, the ability to maintain your balance, your peace, and your joy, no matter what life throws your way. As you continue to cultivate emotional resilience, you may find that fear and anxiety are among the most persistent challenges that arise in your journey. These emotions can be overwhelming, casting a shadow over your thoughts and making even the simplest tasks feel daunting. They often emerge in times of uncertainty, subtly eroding your sense of peace and confidence. But what if, instead of viewing these emotions as mere obstacles, you could transform them into tools for growth and empowerment? The Stoic approach offers profound insights into how we can face fear and anxiety, turning these powerful emotions into opportunities for building inner strength and achieving a greater sense of calm and clarity. Fear and anxiety are deeply ingrained responses to the unknown and the unpredictable aspects of life. They are triggered when we perceive a threat, whether it is immediate or distant, real or imagined. These feelings often stem from a sense of vulnerability, a belief that we lack the necessary resources, strength, or knowledge to confront the challenges before us. The Stoics, however, taught that while we might not be able to completely eliminate fear and anxiety, we can change how we respond to them. By understanding and applying Stoic wisdom, we can learn to manage these emotions more effectively, turning them into catalysts for growth rather than sources of distress. One of the fundamental principles of the Stoic approach to overcoming fear and anxiety is recognizing that these emotions are often rooted in our perceptions rather than in the events themselves. According to Stoic philosophy, it is not the external events that disturb us, but rather our interpretations and judgments about those events. For example, when we face a challenging situation, it is not the situation itself that causes us to feel fear or anxiety. Rather, it is our interpretation of what that situation might mean for us. We might fear failure, rejection, or the unknown, and these thoughts fuel our anxiety, making the situation seem far more threatening than it truly is. To counteract this, the Stoics emphasized the importance of distinguishing between what is within our control and what is not. A significant portion of our fear and anxiety comes from focusing on things beyond our control, such as the opinions of others, the outcomes of certain events, or hypothetical scenarios that may never come to pass. The Stoic approach encourages us to shift our attention away from these external factors and to concentrate instead on what we can control, our own thoughts, actions, and responses. By doing so, we begin to reduce the influence that fear and anxiety have over our lives, as we no longer feel at the mercy of uncontrollable external forces. This shift in focus empowers us, giving us a sense of agency and control that is crucial in mitigating fear and anxiety. In addition to this shift in focus, the Stoics also advocated for a practice known as premeditatio malorum, or the premeditation of evils. This involves mentally preparing for potential challenges or negative outcomes before they happen. By contemplating possible difficulties or losses in advance, we can reduce the shock and fear that often accompany them when they do occur. This practice is not about becoming pessimistic or dwelling on negative possibilities. Rather, it is a way to build psychological resilience by considering how we might cope with adversity. By mentally rehearsing how we would respond to various challenges, we can diminish much of the anxiety that comes from the fear of the unknown. When we have already thought through what might go wrong and have prepared ourselves mentally for those outcomes, we are less likely to be overwhelmed by fear when those situations arise. The practice of premeditatio malorum transforms fear from a paralyzing force into a motivator for preparation and resilience. It allows us to face our fears head-on, reducing their power over us by bringing them into the light of rational contemplation. This practice also serves as a reminder of the impermanent nature of all things, encouraging us to appreciate what we have in the present moment rather than taking it for granted. By preparing for potential challenges, we can approach life with a sense of readiness and calm, knowing that we are equipped to handle whatever comes our way. Another Stoic practice that is highly effective in overcoming fear and anxiety is voluntary discomfort, a method that involves intentionally exposing ourselves to situations that cause mild discomfort or fear. This could involve activities such as fasting, taking cold showers, or spending time in solitude. The goal of this practice is not to inflict unnecessary suffering on ourselves, but rather to train our minds and bodies to handle discomfort without fear. By deliberately confronting situations that we might typically avoid, we become more comfortable with discomfort and less fearful of the unknown. As a result, fear and anxiety lose much of their grip on us as we learn that we are capable of enduring more than we initially believed. Voluntary discomfort is particularly effective because it teaches us that much of our fear and anxiety is rooted in anticipation rather than in the actual experience. Often, the thought of discomfort is more frightening than the discomfort itself. By practicing voluntary discomfort, we come to realize that many of our fears are exaggerated, and we gain confidence in our ability to cope with difficult situations. This practice reinforces the Stoic belief that while we may not be able to control external events, we can control our responses to them. As we become more accustomed to facing discomfort without fear, our overall levels of anxiety diminish, and we become more resilient in the face of life's challenges. In addition to these practices, the Stoics placed great emphasis on the importance of focusing on the present moment as a means of overcoming fear and anxiety. Anxiety often arises when we project our thoughts into the future, imagining worst-case scenarios or worrying about things that have not yet happened. The Stoics taught that the present moment is the only time in which we have any real power. By grounding ourselves in the present, we can reduce the mental spiraling that often accompanies anxiety. This practice does not mean ignoring the future or failing to plan, but rather recognizing that our ability to act and influence our lives exists in the here and now. Focusing on the present moment helps us to break the cycle of fear and anxiety by anchoring us in reality. When we are fully engaged in the present, we are less likely to be carried away by hypothetical fears or imagined scenarios. Instead, we can focus on what is actually happening and respond to it with clarity and calm. This practice is particularly useful in moments of acute anxiety when our minds are racing and it feels difficult to find solid ground. By bringing our attention back to the present moment, whether through mindful breathing, observing our surroundings, or engaging in a simple task, we create a sense of stability and control that counteracts the chaos of anxiety. The cultivation of courage is another essential aspect of the Stoic approach to overcoming fear and anxiety. The Stoics believed that courage was not the absence of fear, but the ability to act in spite of it. Fear is a natural human emotion that serves to warn us of potential dangers, but when it becomes overwhelming, it can prevent us from taking necessary actions or from living our lives fully. The Stoics taught that by cultivating courage, we can learn to face our fears head-on, rather than allowing them to dictate our actions and decisions. Courage, according to the Stoics, is developed through practice and repetition. It involves taking small steps each day to confront the things that scare us, gradually building up our confidence and our ability to act in the face of fear. This might involve speaking up in a situation where you would usually remain silent, accepting a challenging project at work, or addressing a difficult issue in a personal relationship. Each time you confront a fear and move forward despite it, you strengthen your courage and reduce the power that fear has over you. Over time, this practice helps to build a resilient mindset, one that is not easily shaken by fear or anxiety. The Stoics also emphasized the role of rationality in overcoming fear and anxiety. They believed that many of our fears are based on irrational thoughts and misconceptions. By examining these fears through the lens of reason, we can often see that they are not as threatening as they appear. For instance, we might fear failure because we believe it reflects poorly on our self-worth. However, when we examine this belief rationally, we can recognize that failure is a natural part of the learning process and does not define our value as individuals. By challenging our irrational fears and replacing them with rational, grounded thoughts, we can significantly reduce our anxiety and approach life's challenges with greater confidence and composure. This practice of rational examination involves questioning the validity of our fears and seeking evidence to support or refute them. It's about asking ourselves whether the things we fear are truly as dangerous or likely as we believe. Often, we discover that our fears are exaggerated and that the worst-case scenarios we imagine are unlikely to happen. Even when there is a legitimate cause for concern, rational examination can help us to focus on practical solutions rather than becoming paralyzed by fear. By approaching our fears with logic and reason, we can take away much of their emotional charge, making them easier to manage and ultimately overcome. The Stoics also believed that accepting mortality is a crucial step in overcoming fear and anxiety. Much of our fear is rooted in the fear of death or the loss of things we hold dear. The Stoics taught that by accepting the inevitability of death, we can free ourselves from the paralyzing fear that often accompanies it. This acceptance is not about becoming morbid or indifferent to life. Rather, it's about recognizing that death is a natural part of existence and that fearing it only diminishes the quality of the life we have. By contemplating our mortality, we are reminded of the transient nature of life and the importance of living fully in the present moment. This perspective can significantly reduce anxiety by helping us focus on what truly matters: our relationships, our values, and the legacy we leave behind, rather than on trivial worries that often consume us. Accepting mortality also encourages us to live with greater intention and purpose, knowing that our time is limited and that we should make the most of it. As you begin to integrate these Stoic practices into your life, you will likely find that fear and anxiety start to lose their grip on you. By focusing on what is within your control, preparing for challenges in advance, practicing voluntary discomfort, grounding yourself in the present moment, cultivating courage, applying rationality, and accepting mortality, you develop a mindset that is resilient in the face of fear and anxiety. These practices not only help you manage these emotions more effectively, but also empower you to live a life characterized by greater peace, purpose, and fulfillment. The journey of overcoming fear and anxiety is not about eliminating these emotions entirely. Rather, it's about learning how to navigate them with wisdom and strength. The Stoic approach teaches us that while fear and anxiety are natural and unavoidable aspects of the human experience, they do not have to control us. By applying Stoic principles, we can transform these emotions into opportunities for growth and self-mastery, allowing us to live more fully and freely. As you continue to practice these methods, you will find that you are better equipped to face life's challenges with confidence and composure, knowing that you have the tools to overcome whatever fears or anxieties may arise. The Stoic approach to overcoming fear and anxiety offers a powerful framework for transforming these emotions from sources of distress into catalysts for personal growth. By understanding the nature of our fears, preparing for potential challenges, practicing voluntary discomfort, focusing on the present, cultivating courage, applying reason, and accepting mortality, we can conquer fear and anxiety with grace and resilience. These practices not only help us to manage our emotions, but also empower us to live with greater peace, clarity, and purpose, ultimately leading to a more fulfilling and meaningful life. As you continue to apply these practices in your daily life, you will discover that fear and anxiety no longer hold you back, but instead become stepping stones on your path to greater wisdom and strength. As you continue to embrace the practices that help you navigate life's challenges, you may begin to realize that the way you start your day has a profound impact on how the rest of it unfolds. The morning is a crucial time that sets the tone for your thoughts, emotions, and actions. It's during these early hours that you have the opportunity to prepare your mind and body to meet the day with strength, focus, and tranquility. Imagine waking up each morning feeling centered, calm, and ready to face whatever comes your way. What if the rituals you adopt in the morning could transform your entire approach to life, enhancing not only your productivity, but also your sense of inner peace? The Stoic approach offers powerful morning rituals that, when practiced consistently, can help you cultivate a more purposeful, productive, and peaceful life. One of the most impactful ways to start your day is by embracing the power of silence. In a world that is constantly noisy and filled with distractions, finding moments of quiet can be incredibly refreshing and grounding. When you wake up, instead of immediately diving into the demands of the day, take a few moments to sit in silence. This practice allows you to clear your mind of any residual thoughts from the previous day and to approach the new day with a sense of calm and clarity. Silence in the morning isn't just about the absence of sound. It's about creating a space where you can connect with yourself on a deeper level. This stillness helps you to listen to your inner voice, to reflect on your intentions, and to cultivate a peaceful mindset that will guide you through the day ahead. As you sit in silence, another powerful practice to incorporate is the expression of gratitude. Before your mind becomes occupied with the tasks and challenges of the day, take a moment to reflect on the things you are grateful for. This could be as simple as appreciating your health, the roof over your head, or the relationships in your life. Gratitude shifts your focus from what you lack to what you have, creating a sense of abundance and contentment. By beginning your day with gratitude, you set a positive tone that can influence your entire outlook. This practice aligns with the Stoic principle of focusing on the present moment and finding value in what you already possess. It's a reminder that happiness doesn't come from acquiring more, but from appreciating what is already present in your life. Following your moment of silence and gratitude, consider engaging in the practice of journaling. Writing down your thoughts, goals, and reflections each morning can be a powerful way to clear your mind and organize your day. Journaling allows you to articulate your intentions, to express any lingering emotions, and to set a clear direction for the day ahead. It's a form of mental housekeeping that helps you to process your thoughts and to release any mental clutter that might otherwise weigh you down. Through journaling, you gain clarity on what you want to achieve, how you want to approach your tasks, and how you intend to respond to any challenges that may arise. This practice not only enhances your productivity by giving you a clear plan of action, but also fosters a sense of peace by helping you to feel more in control of your day. In addition to journaling, setting clear intentions for the day is another essential ritual that can significantly enhance your focus and productivity. Intentions are not the same as goals. While goals are specific outcomes you want to achieve, intentions are the guiding principles that shape how you approach your day. For example, you might set an intention to be patient in your interactions, to stay focused on your work, or to approach your tasks with a sense of calm. By setting intentions, you create a mental framework that helps you to stay aligned with your values throughout the day. This practice ensures that your actions are purposeful and that you maintain a clear sense of direction, even when the day becomes busy or challenging. Physical movement is another key component of a Stoic-inspired morning routine. Engaging in some form of exercise, whether it's a gentle yoga session, a brisk walk, or a more intense workout, helps to awaken your body and mind. Exercise stimulates the release of endorphins, which are natural chemicals that boost your mood and energy levels. Starting your day with physical activity not only prepares your body for the day ahead, but also clears your mind, making it easier to focus on your tasks. Movement connects you with your physical self, reminding you of the importance of maintaining your health and well-being. This practice also helps to reduce stress and tension, leaving you feeling more centered and ready to take on the day's challenges. Another important aspect of a Stoic morning routine is the practice of simplicity. In our modern world, mornings can easily become chaotic and overwhelming, with numerous tasks competing for your attention. By simplifying your morning routine, you can reduce stress and create a more peaceful start to your day. This might involve decluttering your physical space, preparing a simple breakfast, or limiting the number of decisions you need to make in the morning. By eliminating unnecessary distractions and focusing on what truly matters, you conserve your mental energy and set a calm, focused tone for the rest of the day. Simplicity in the morning reduces the likelihood of feeling rushed or overwhelmed, allowing you to approach your day with greater clarity and intention. Mindful breathing is another powerful practice to incorporate into your morning routine. Taking a few moments to focus on your breath can have a profound impact on your mental and emotional state. Mindful breathing helps to calm your nervous system, reduce stress, and bring your attention to the present moment. It's a simple practice that can be done anywhere, but its effects are far-reaching. By starting your day with mindful breathing, you create a sense of groundedness that can carry you through the day's challenges. This practice is especially useful in moments of stress or anxiety, as it provides a quick and effective way to reset and regain your composure. In addition to mindful breathing, the use of affirmations can also play a significant role in shaping your mindset for the day. Affirmations are positive statements that you repeat to yourself to reinforce a desired belief or attitude. For example, you might affirm that you are capable, resilient, and focused. By repeating these statements, you train your mind to adopt these qualities, making it more likely that you will act in alignment with them throughout the day. Affirmations help to counteract negative self-talk and build confidence, setting a positive tone for the day ahead. This practice aligns with the Stoic principle of controlling your thoughts and shaping your internal dialogue to reflect your values and goals. Another valuable morning ritual is the practice of reviewing your day in advance. This involves mentally walking through your schedule and tasks for the day, anticipating any potential challenges or obstacles. By doing this, you prepare yourself mentally for what lies ahead, reducing the likelihood of being caught off guard or overwhelmed. This practice also allows you to identify potential stresses and to plan how you will respond to them. Reviewing your day in advance helps you to approach your tasks with a sense of readiness and confidence, making it easier to stay focused and productive. In line with the Stoic belief in the importance of nourishing the mind, consider incorporating some form of mental or intellectual stimulation into your morning routine. This might involve reading a few pages of a book, listening to an inspiring podcast, or reflecting on a thought-provoking quote. By engaging in this practice, you stimulate your mind and spark creativity, setting the stage for a day of productive thinking and problem-solving. Intellectual stimulation not only prepares you for the cognitive demands of the day, but also enriches your perspective, helping you to approach challenges with a more open and informed mindset. This practice is a reminder that just as we need to nourish our bodies with food, we must also nourish our minds with knowledge and ideas. The Stoic principle of service and contributing to the greater good can also be incorporated into your morning routine. Take a moment to reflect on how you can be of service to others throughout the day. This might involve offering help to a colleague, providing support to a friend, or simply being kind and patient in your interactions. By starting your day with the intention to serve, you align your actions with a higher purpose, which can bring a sense of fulfillment and peace. This practice helps to shift your focus from self-centered concerns to the well-being of others, fostering a sense of connection and community. It also reinforces the Stoic belief that true happiness comes from living a life of virtue and contributing to the common good. Another powerful practice to enhance your morning routine is the cultivation of detachment. Detachment in this context means letting go of the need to control every aspect of your day and being open to whatever comes your way. It's about starting your day with a plan, but also with the understanding that things may not go exactly as expected. By practicing detachment, you reduce the stress and frustration that often accompany unmet expectations. Instead, you approach your day with a sense of flexibility and acceptance, ready to adapt to whatever arises. This practice helps to maintain a sense of calm and equanimity, even in the face of unexpected challenges. As you integrate these morning rituals into your daily routine, you will begin to notice a significant shift in how you approach your day. These practices are not just about enhancing productivity, they are about cultivating a sense of peace, purpose, and clarity that can sustain you through all of life's ups and downs. By starting your day with intention and mindfulness, you set the stage for greater success, both personally and professionally. These rituals help you to connect with your inner self, align your actions with your values, and approach each day with a sense of calm and focus. The simplicity of these rituals is part of what makes them so powerful. They do not require a lot of time or effort, but their impact can be profound. Whether it's spending a few moments in silence, expressing gratitude, setting intentions, or practicing mindful breathing, each of these rituals helps to ground you in the present moment and to start your day with a sense of peace and purpose. By adopting these practices, you can transform your mornings from a time of stress and rush into a time of reflection, preparation, and calm. This, in turn, sets a positive tone for the rest of your day, making it easier to stay focused, productive, and at peace. Incorporating these Stoic-inspired morning rituals into your life is a powerful way to enhance your overall well-being. They help you to cultivate a mindset of resilience, to approach each day with intention, and to maintain a sense of inner peace even in the midst of challenges. As you continue to practice these rituals, you will find that they become an integral part of your daily routine, providing you with the tools you need to navigate life with greater ease and confidence. Whether you are seeking to boost your productivity, to find more peace in your daily life, or simply to start your day on the right foot, these rituals offer a simple yet effective way to achieve your goals. The true purpose of these morning rituals extends beyond simply improving your day-to-day functioning. They are about fostering a deeper sense of meaning and fulfillment in your life. By beginning each day with intention, mindfulness, and a focus on your values, you create a foundation for a life that is more aligned with your true self. These rituals enable you to connect with your inner being, cultivate inner peace, and approach each day with a sense of purpose and clarity. As you continue to integrate these practices into your life, you will discover that they not only enhance your productivity and peace, but also bring a greater sense of joy, fulfillment, and meaning to your life as a whole. The morning is a powerful time that holds the potential to shape the entire course of your day. By adopting Stoic-inspired rituals such as silence, gratitude, journaling, intention setting, physical movement, simplicity, mindful breathing, affirmations, day reviewing, intellectual stimulation, service, and detachment, you can create a morning routine that not only enhances your productivity, but also fosters a deep sense of inner peace. These rituals help you to approach each day with a calm mind, a focused spirit, and a clear sense of purpose, allowing you to navigate life's challenges with greater resilience and confidence. As you continue to practice these rituals, they will become an essential part of your daily routine, guiding you toward a more peaceful, productive, and fulfilling life. As you continue your journey toward cultivating a more mindful and purposeful life, it's important to recognize one of the most insidious challenges that can derail even the best intentions: the pursuit of perfection. In a world that often celebrates flawless achievement and seems to place value on the unattainable ideal, it's easy to fall into the trap of believing that perfection is not only possible, but necessary. This relentless pursuit can lead to a cycle of stress, anxiety, and dissatisfaction, where no effort ever feels quite good enough. But what if the secret to a fulfilling and meaningful life isn't about being perfect, but rather about embracing the process of continuous improvement? What if, instead of striving for an impossible standard, you focused on making steady, consistent progress? Stoic philosophy offers a profound approach to this dilemma, guiding us to let go of the need for perfection and to focus instead on the journey of personal growth. Perfectionism is often rooted in deep fears: fear of failure, fear of rejection, and fear of not being enough. It's the belief that if we could just achieve a state of flawlessness, then we would finally be deserving of success, love, and respect. However, this belief is not only unrealistic, but also deeply harmful. The pursuit of perfection creates an unattainable standard that no one can realistically meet, leading to perpetual self-criticism and a chronic sense of inadequacy. Stoicism, on the other hand, teaches us that the true path to fulfillment lies not in achieving perfection, but in consistently striving to become better, even in the face of challenges and setbacks. A fundamental principle of Stoic thought is the acceptance of our inherent humanity, which includes acknowledging our imperfections. The Stoics believed that the pursuit of perfection is futile because it denies the very nature of being human. We are, by our very essence, imperfect beings, prone to mistakes, errors in judgment, and occasional failures. By embracing this reality, we liberate ourselves from the unrealistic expectations that perfectionism imposes. Instead of being consumed by the need to be flawless, we can focus on the importance of progress. Each day becomes an opportunity to improve, to learn from our experiences, and to grow. This shift in mindset allows us to approach our goals with greater self-compassion, understanding that every effort, no matter how imperfect, is a step forward in our journey. The Stoic approach to progress emphasizes that life is a journey rather than a series of isolated goals or achievements. Perfectionism often tricks us into seeing our aspirations as fixed endpoints, places where we must arrive in a state of perfection. However, Stoicism encourages us to view life as an ongoing process of evolution, where every experience, whether positive or negative, contributes to our growth. This perspective allows us to appreciate the value of learning from our mistakes and setbacks. Instead of being discouraged when things don't go as planned, we can view these moments as opportunities to gain insight, to adapt, and to improve. This approach not only reduces the pressure and stress associated with perfectionism, but also fosters resilience and a persistent dedication to personal development. In the Stoic view, progress is defined by consistent effort rather than by flawless execution. It's about showing up each day with the intention of doing your best, even when circumstances aren't ideal. The Stoics placed great importance on taking action and moving forward, rather than waiting for the perfect moment or the perfect conditions to begin. This philosophy encourages us to embrace the process of growth, understanding that real success is found in the effort we put forth, not in the attainment of an unrealistic ideal. By focusing on progress, we learn to celebrate small victories and to recognize the value of incremental improvements. Over time, these small steps accumulate, leading to significant personal growth and a deeper sense of fulfillment. Another critical aspect of letting go of perfectionism and embracing progress is the concept of good enough. In a society that often glorifies the pursuit of perfection, it can be difficult to accept that doing your best, whatever that may look like on any given day, is sufficient. The Stoics taught that we should aim to do our best in every situation, but also recognize that our best will vary depending on the circumstances. Some days, our best might be extraordinary. Other days, it might simply mean getting through the day with grace. By adopting the mindset of good enough, we allow ourselves to be human, to have off days, and to still find value in our efforts. This perspective reduces the overwhelming pressure to always be perfect and enables us to appreciate the progress we make, no matter how modest it may seem. Self-compassion is a vital element of focusing on progress rather than perfection. Perfectionism often involves harsh self-judgment and an unforgiving attitude toward oneself. When we fail to meet our impossibly high standards, we can become our own worst critics, leading to feelings of inadequacy and self-doubt. Stoicism, however, teaches us to approach ourselves with kindness and understanding. Self-compassion involves recognizing that making mistakes and experiencing setbacks are natural parts of the human condition. By treating ourselves with the same compassion and empathy that we would offer to a close friend, we can break free from the destructive cycle of perfectionism and instead focus on nurturing our growth. Self-compassion allows us to acknowledge our efforts, even when they don't lead to perfect outcomes, and to continue moving forward with a renewed sense of purpose and resilience. The Stoic principle of amor fati, or the love of fate, is another powerful tool in letting go of perfectionism and embracing progress. Amor fati encourages us to accept and even embrace whatever happens in our lives, including the challenges, setbacks, and imperfections that come our way. Instead of resisting or lamenting the difficulties we encounter, we learn to see them as essential parts of our journey. This mindset shifts our focus from attempting to control every aspect of our lives to understanding how we respond to what life presents us. By embracing our fate, we let go of the unrealistic need to be in control and perfect, and we concentrate on our responses to life's circumstances. This approach fosters a sense of adaptability and resilience, enabling us to continue making progress even when faced with adversity. Focusing on progress also means setting realistic and attainable goals. Perfectionism often leads to setting goals that are either too high or too rigid, making them difficult, if not impossible, to achieve. This can result in feelings of frustration and failure when we inevitably fall short of these goals. The Stoics advocated for setting goals that are challenging yet realistic, allowing us to make steady progress without becoming overwhelmed. By setting achievable goals, we create a sense of momentum that motivates us to keep moving forward. This approach also encourages flexibility, allowing us to adjust our goals as necessary based on our evolving circumstances and experiences. Mindfulness is another essential practice for letting go of perfectionism and focusing on progress. Mindfulness involves being fully present in the moment and engaging with our tasks without judgment or attachment to specific outcomes. When we practice mindfulness, we focus on the process of what we are doing rather than on achieving a perfect result. This shift in perspective allows us to engage more fully in our activities, to appreciate the effort we are putting in, and to let go of the need for everything to be perfect. Mindfulness helps us recognize that the value of our work lies not in its perfection, but in the intention and effort behind it. By staying present and mindful, we find satisfaction and fulfillment in the act of making progress, rather than in the pursuit of an unattainable ideal. The Stoic virtue of perseverance is crucial in the pursuit of progress. Perfectionism can often paralyze us with fear of making mistakes, fear of falling short, and fear of failure. This fear can prevent us from taking action or pursuing our goals. However, the Stoics believed in the power of perseverance, maintaining steady effort over time despite obstacles and setbacks. Perseverance teaches us to value the journey of growth and development rather than fixating on the end result. By focusing on perseverance, we learn to keep moving forward, to learn from our mistakes, and to see each step as a valuable part of our progress. This mindset encourages us to embrace challenges and to continue striving toward our goals, even when the path is difficult. Patience is another vital aspect of focusing on progress over perfection. Perfectionism often breeds impatience as we become eager to achieve our goals as quickly as possible. However, the Stoics understood that true growth and development take time, and that patience is essential in the pursuit of progress. By cultivating patience, we learn to appreciate the process of growth and recognize that meaningful progress often comes in small, incremental steps. Patience allows us to stay committed to our goals, even when progress seems slow, and to trust that our efforts will eventually yield results. This mindset helps to reduce the stress and frustration associated with perfectionism and enables us to focus on the steady, consistent progress that leads to lasting change. The Stoic practice of self-reflection is another valuable tool for letting go of perfectionism and embracing progress. Self-reflection involves taking time to evaluate your actions, thoughts, and decisions with the goal of learning from your experiences and making improvements. This practice encourages you to look honestly at your efforts, to acknowledge your successes and areas for growth, and to make adjustments as needed. Self-reflection allows you to see your progress over time, to recognize how far you've come, and to identify the steps you need to take to continue moving forward. By regularly engaging in self-reflection, you can cultivate a growth mindset that focuses on continuous improvement rather than on achieving a state of perfection. Comparison is another factor that often fuels perfectionism. The constant comparison to others can lead to feelings of inadequacy and the belief that we must be perfect to measure up. However, the Stoics emphasized the importance of focusing on our own journey and progress, rather than comparing ourselves to others. Each person's path is unique, and true success comes from becoming the best version of ourselves, not from trying to surpass others. By letting go of comparison, we can focus on our own growth and progress. This shift in perspective allows us to celebrate our achievements without needing external validation and to remain committed to our goals without being distracted by the successes or failures of others. The concept of memento mori, or the reminder of death, is another powerful tool in the Stoic arsenal for letting go of perfectionism and embracing progress. Memento mori reminds us of the finite nature of life and encourages us to focus on what truly matters. It's a sobering reminder that our time is limited, and that perfection is not only unattainable, but also unnecessary. By keeping the impermanence of life in mind, we can free ourselves from the pressure to be perfect and instead focus on making meaningful progress in the areas that matter most to us. This perspective helps reduce the anxiety and stress associated with perfectionism, allowing us to approach our goals with a sense of purpose and urgency rather than with a need for flawless execution. Gratitude is another essential practice for embracing progress over perfection. Perfectionism often leads us to focus on what we lack, on the gaps between where we are and where we want to be. However, by cultivating gratitude, we can shift our focus to what we have, to the progress we've made, and to the opportunities for growth that lie ahead. Gratitude allows us to appreciate the present moment, to recognize the value of our efforts, and to find joy in the process of growth and development. This mindset helps to reduce the pressure to be perfect and allows us to approach our goals with a sense of contentment and fulfillment. As you continue to integrate these Stoic principles into your life, you will find that letting go of perfectionism and embracing progress leads to a more fulfilling and meaningful existence. By focusing on consistent effort rather than on achieving an unattainable ideal, you can reduce the stress and frustration that often accompany perfectionism and cultivate a mindset of growth and development. These practices help you to approach your goals with compassion, perseverance, and patience, allowing you to make steady progress over time. As you continue on this journey, you will discover that true success lies not in being perfect, but in continually striving to improve yourself and to live in alignment with your values. The pursuit of perfection is a trap that can lead to stress, frustration, and a sense of inadequacy. However, by embracing the Stoic focus on progress, you can shift your mindset from one of perfectionism to one of growth and development. By accepting your humanity, setting realistic goals, practicing mindfulness, cultivating patience, and focusing on consistent effort, you can let go of the need for perfection and find fulfillment in the journey of progress. These Stoic principles offer a powerful framework for living a life that is not only more peaceful and productive, but also more meaningful and aligned with your true self. As you continue to practice these principles, you will find that you are able to approach your goals with greater clarity, resilience, and purpose, ultimately leading to a more fulfilling and rewarding life. As you embrace the Stoic philosophy of focusing on progress rather than perfection, it's essential to recognize that this journey also requires a deep, honest evaluation of the habits that shape your life. The road to self-improvement isn't solely about adopting new, positive behaviors. It's equally about identifying and uprooting those ingrained habits that hinder your growth and well-being. Our habits, whether beneficial or detrimental, profoundly influence our daily existence. They shape our decisions, determine our actions, and ultimately steer the course of our lives. But have you ever paused to consider whether some of your habits might be silently sabotaging your efforts to live a more fulfilled, purposeful life? The year 2024 offers a unique opportunity to turn the page, to let go of the habits that no longer serve you, and to create space for the growth that lies ahead. By applying the wisdom of Stoicism, you can identify and eliminate these harmful behaviors, paving the way for a life of greater clarity, peace, and progress. One of the most pervasive and subtle habits that can impede your progress is procrastination. It's the act of delaying or postponing tasks, often to a point where they become overwhelming. Procrastination is more than just a minor annoyance. It's a significant barrier to personal and professional growth. It creates a cycle of stress and anxiety, where tasks pile up, deadlines loom closer, and the weight of inaction becomes increasingly heavy. Stoic philosophy teaches the importance of taking decisive action, of moving forward each day toward your goals, no matter how small the steps may be. Procrastination, however, keeps you stuck, preventing you from realizing your potential. To combat this habit, begin by breaking down larger tasks into smaller, more manageable pieces. This approach reduces the intimidation factor and makes it easier to start. Additionally, practicing self-discipline by setting clear, realistic deadlines can help you stay focused and committed, ensuring that you continue to make progress rather than allowing procrastination to stall your efforts. Another detrimental habit that often goes unnoticed is negative self-talk. The way you speak to yourself internally has a profound impact on your self-esteem, confidence, and overall outlook on life. If your inner dialogue is dominated by self-criticism, doubt, and negativity, it can erode your sense of self-worth and hinder your ability to achieve your goals. Stoicism emphasizes the power of controlling your thoughts, of consciously directing your inner voice toward positive, constructive affirmations. By replacing negative self-talk with words of encouragement and self-compassion, you can cultivate a mindset that is more resilient and optimistic. This doesn't mean ignoring challenges or difficulties, but rather choosing to frame them in a way that supports your growth and development rather than tearing you down. Toxic relationships are another significant obstacle to personal growth and well-being. The people you choose to surround yourself with have a considerable influence on your emotions, behavior, and overall perspective on life. If you are entangled in relationships that drain your energy, undermine your confidence, or perpetuate negativity, it's essential to reassess their place in your life. The Stoics placed great importance on maintaining relationships that align with your values and contribute positively to your well-being. While it may be difficult to distance yourself from toxic relationships, especially if they have been part of your life for a long time, doing so is crucial for your personal growth. Instead, seek out relationships that uplift, challenge, and support you in your journey toward becoming the best version of yourself. This might involve setting boundaries, having difficult conversations, or even walking away from relationships that no longer serve your best interests. Perfectionism, a topic we've previously explored, is another habit that can severely limit your potential. While striving for excellence is certainly a noble goal, perfectionism often leads to procrastination, stress, and a paralyzing fear of failure. The Stoic approach encourages focusing on progress, on making steady, incremental improvements each day, rather than obsessing over achieving a flawless outcome. By letting go of the need for perfection, you free yourself to take action, to experiment, and to learn from your experiences without the crippling fear of making mistakes. This shift in mindset allows you to be more productive and less burdened by the unrealistic standards that perfectionism imposes, ultimately enabling you to make more meaningful progress in your personal and professional life. Complaining is another habit that can have a surprisingly negative impact on your mindset and overall quality of life. Complaining focuses your attention on what's wrong, on the things you don't have, or on what isn't going your way. While it might provide a temporary release, it ultimately reinforces a negative mindset and prevents you from seeing the opportunities that lie within every challenge. The Stoics believed in the power of perspective, in the ability to find the good in every situation, no matter how difficult. By eliminating the habit of complaining, you train yourself to focus on solutions rather than problems. This doesn't mean ignoring difficulties, but rather approaching them with a constructive mindset that seeks to improve the situation rather than merely lamenting it. As you practice shifting your focus from complaints to solutions, you will find that your outlook on life becomes more positive and that you are better equipped to handle challenges with grace and resilience. The constant need for validation from others is another habit that can undermine your sense of self-worth and autonomy. It's natural to want approval and recognition, but when your self-esteem is dependent on the opinions of others, you give away your power and become vulnerable to the whims of external judgments. Stoicism teaches the importance of inner strength, of deriving your value and worth from within rather than from external sources. By letting go of the need for validation, you free yourself to live authentically, guided by your own principles and values, rather than by the fluctuating opinions of others. This shift not only strengthens your confidence, but also allows you to make decisions that are true to yourself, leading to a more fulfilling and autonomous life. Overindulgence, whether in food, drink, material possessions, or even activities, is another habit that can hinder your personal growth. The Stoics believed in moderation, in the idea that excess often leads to imbalance and discontent. Overindulgence can serve as a way to avoid dealing with deeper issues such as stress, boredom, or emotional pain. While it might provide temporary comfort, it ultimately creates a cycle of dependency and dissatisfaction. Practicing moderation allows you to enjoy life's pleasures without becoming enslaved by them, fostering a sense of balance and contentment. This approach encourages you to appreciate what you have, to enjoy pleasures mindfully, and to avoid the pitfalls of excess that can lead to long-term dissatisfaction. The fear of change is another deeply ingrained habit that can keep you from reaching your full potential. Change is a natural part of life, yet it's something that many people resist out of fear of the unknown. The Stoics viewed change as an inevitable and often necessary aspect of life, something to be embraced rather than feared. By resisting change, you limit your opportunities for growth and discovery. Embracing change means being open to new experiences, learning from different perspectives, and allowing yourself to evolve. This doesn't mean pursuing change for its own sake, but rather being willing to adapt and grow in response to life's challenges and opportunities. By embracing change, you allow yourself to move forward, to explore new possibilities, and to grow in ways you might never have imagined. Another habit that can significantly impact your life is the tendency to dwell on the past. While reflecting on past experiences can provide valuable lessons, constantly ruminating on what could have been or on past mistakes prevents you from living fully in the present. The Stoics emphasize the importance of focusing on the present moment, on what you can do today to shape your future. By letting go of the past, you free yourself to concentrate on the here and now, to take actions that align with your goals and values. This shift in focus allows you to make the most of each day, to live with intention, and to move forward with a sense of purpose and direction. Letting go of the past doesn't mean forgetting it, but rather learning from it and using those lessons to guide your future decisions. Jealousy is another habit that can poison your mind and relationships. It arises from comparing yourself to others and feeling inadequate because of perceived deficiencies. The Stoics taught that comparison is the thief of joy, and that true happiness comes from within, not from measuring yourself against others. Jealousy can create unnecessary stress and resentment, driving a wedge between you and the people you care about. By eliminating jealousy, you can focus on your own journey, appreciate your own accomplishments, and support others in theirs. This mindset fosters a sense of contentment and peace, allowing you to celebrate your own progress without being distracted by the successes or failures of those around you. It also strengthens your relationships as you become more supportive and less competitive with the people in your life. Finally, one of the most critical habits to address is the failure to set and enforce personal boundaries. Boundaries are essential for maintaining your mental and emotional well-being, yet many people struggle with setting them, either out of fear of conflict or a desire to please others. the Stoics believed in the importance of maintaining your integrity and protecting your inner peace. Setting boundaries is an act of self-respect, a way of ensuring that your time, energy, and resources are aligned with your values and priorities. By learning to set and enforce boundaries, you protect yourself from being overwhelmed by the demands of others and create the space needed to focus on your own growth and well-being. Boundaries help you to maintain balance in your life, to avoid burnout, and to ensure that you are living in a way that is true to yourself. As you begin to eliminate these harmful habits, you'll notice a significant shift in your life. Each of these habits represents a barrier to your growth, a roadblock on your journey to becoming your best self. By addressing them one by one, you remove the obstacles that have been holding you back, creating the space needed for new, positive habits to take root. This process is not about achieving perfection, but about making consistent progress, about becoming a little better each day. The Stoic approach to self-improvement is grounded in the belief that true change comes from within, from the choices we make and the habits we cultivate. By aligning your actions with your values and eliminating the behaviors that no longer serve you, you set yourself on a path to a more fulfilling and meaningful life. Eliminating these habits requires dedication, self-awareness, and a commitment to continuous improvement, but the rewards are immense. As you begin to let go of procrastination, negative self-talk, toxic relationships, perfectionism, complaining, the need for validation, overindulgence, fear of change, dwelling on the past, jealousy, and the failure to set boundaries, you will notice a transformation in your mindset and behavior. You will become more focused, more resilient, and more at peace with yourself and the world around you. This journey is not without its challenges. Change is rarely easy. But with persistence and the guidance of Stoic wisdom, you can overcome these obstacles and emerge stronger, more self-aware, and more fulfilled. As you continue to work on eliminating these habits, remember that progress is more important than perfection. Each small step you take toward breaking a bad habit is a victory, a sign that you are moving in the right direction. The journey to self-improvement is ongoing, and it requires patience, resilience, and a willingness to learn from your experiences. The Stoics teach us that true wisdom comes from understanding ourselves, recognizing our strengths and weaknesses, and making the conscious choice to grow and improve each day. The path to a better life in this year 2024 involves not just adopting new positive habits, but also eliminating the harmful ones that have been holding you back. By letting go of procrastination, negative self-talk, toxic relationships, perfectionism, complaining, the need for validation, overindulgence, fear of change, dwelling on the past, jealousy, and the failure to set boundaries, you create the space needed for meaningful growth and lasting change. Guided by Stoic wisdom, you can transform your life, making 2024 a year of progress, self-discovery, and fulfillment. Remember, the journey to self-improvement is not about achieving perfection, but about making steady, consistent progress toward becoming the best version of yourself. As you continue on this path, you will find that each step brings you closer to the life you have always wanted, one that is aligned with your values, filled with purpose, and rich with meaning. As you continue to strip away the habits that have held you back and focus on meaningful progress, an essential realization begins to take shape: the need for control over your life and emotions. In a world that often feels chaotic and unpredictable, the concept of being in control may seem like a distant, almost unattainable ideal. Yet, the philosophy of Stoicism teaches us that while we cannot always control external events or the actions of others, we can exercise significant control over our internal world, our thoughts, our emotions, and our responses to the challenges life throws our way. Imagine approaching each day with the unshakable confidence that, no matter what happens, you have the ability to maintain your composure and navigate through difficulties with grace. What if, instead of being swept away by the storms of life, you could remain grounded, acting with purpose and clarity, as if you were always in control? Stoic strategies for mastery offer a profound framework for developing this level of self-command, allowing you to handle life's challenges with resilience, poise, and an unwavering sense of purpose. At the heart of Stoic philosophy is the understanding of the dichotomy of control. The Stoics believed that the key to living a fulfilling life lies in recognizing the distinction between what we can control and what we cannot. External events, other people's actions, and outcomes that are beyond our influence fall into the category of things we cannot control. On the other hand, our thoughts, reactions, and decisions are within our domain of control. This simple yet profound understanding is incredibly liberating because it frees us from the anxiety and frustration that arise from trying to control the uncontrollable. By shifting our focus to the things we can influence, our own thoughts, actions, and attitudes, we begin to reclaim control over our lives, even amidst uncertainty and adversity. This shift in focus is not merely theoretical, it is a practical approach that can be applied daily to improve our sense of control and well-being. To act as if you're always in control, cultivating a high degree of self-awareness is essential. Self-awareness is the practice of observing and understanding your own emotions, thoughts, and motivations. It involves paying attention to how these internal experiences shape your behavior and interactions with the world. Developing self-awareness allows you to become more attuned to the triggers that cause you to lose control, whether it's stress, anger, fear, or frustration. By identifying these triggers, you can take proactive steps to manage them effectively, preventing them from dictating your actions. This level of self-awareness not only helps you maintain control over your emotions in challenging situations, but also empowers you to respond thoughtfully and deliberately rather than reacting impulsively. Over time, self-awareness becomes a cornerstone of your ability to remain in control, allowing you to navigate life with greater clarity and purpose. Another key aspect of maintaining control is the practice of detachment. In Stoicism, detachment does not mean withdrawing from life or becoming indifferent to its challenges. Rather, it refers to the ability to step back from a situation and view it objectively, without being overly influenced by emotional reactions. Detachment allows you to create mental space between yourself and the events unfolding around you, enabling you to respond with clarity and composure. This practice helps you avoid being overwhelmed by negative emotions or becoming entangled in the drama of a situation. By practicing detachment, you acknowledge your emotions without letting them control you. You recognize them as temporary states that do not define your identity or dictate your actions. Detachment provides a vantage point from which you can assess situations more clearly, evaluate your options rationally, and make decisions that align with your values and long-term goals. Mindfulness is another powerful tool for maintaining control over your life and emotions. Mindfulness involves being fully present in the moment, observing your thoughts and feelings without judgment, and accepting them as they are. This practice helps you stay grounded and centered, even in the midst of chaos. When you practice mindfulness, you develop the ability to observe your thoughts and emotions without becoming entangled in them. This creates a sense of inner calm and stability, allowing you to respond to challenges with greater control and composure. Mindfulness also enhances your ability to recognize when you are beginning to lose control, giving you the opportunity to pause, take a deep breath, and choose a more deliberate response. By incorporating mindfulness into your daily routine, you strengthen your capacity to maintain control over your emotions, regardless of the external circumstances. Rational thinking is a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy and a crucial strategy for maintaining control. Rational thinking involves using logic and reason to evaluate situations rather than being driven by emotional reactions. When you approach life's challenges with a rational mindset, you are better equipped to make decisions that are aligned with your long-term goals and values. Rational thinking allows you to assess situations objectively, to weigh the pros and cons of different options, and to choose the course of action that will lead to the best possible outcome. By prioritizing rational thinking over emotional impulsivity, you maintain greater control over your actions and are less likely to be swayed by fleeting emotions or external pressures. This disciplined approach to decision-making enables you to navigate life's complexities with a sense of mastery and confidence. Another essential strategy for maintaining control is the practice of setting clear intentions. Intentions serve as a guiding compass, helping you navigate through life with purpose and direction. When you set clear intentions, you define what you want to achieve and how you want to approach different situations. This clarity of purpose allows you to stay focused and aligned with your values, even when faced with distractions or challenges. By regularly setting and reviewing your intentions, you reinforce your commitment to living a life that is in line with your goals and principles. This practice helps you maintain control over your actions and decisions, ensuring that you are consistently moving toward your desired outcomes. Intentions act as a stabilizing force, keeping you on track and preventing you from being easily derailed by external circumstances. The Stoic practice of negative visualization is another powerful tool for cultivating a sense of control. Negative visualization involves imagining worst-case scenarios and considering how you would handle them. This practice is not meant to foster negativity or pessimism, but rather to prepare yourself mentally and emotionally for potential challenges. By envisioning difficult situations in advance, you reduce the fear and anxiety that often accompany uncertainty. This mental preparation allows you to approach challenges with a sense of control and confidence, knowing that you have already considered your options and are ready to respond effectively. Negative visualization also helps you appreciate what you have in the present moment, fostering a sense of gratitude and contentment that further enhances your emotional stability. Managing your thoughts is another critical component of acting as if you're always in control. The Stoics believed that our thoughts shape our reality, and that by controlling our thoughts, we can control our emotions and actions. This means being vigilant about the thoughts you allow to take root in your mind. When negative or unproductive thoughts arise, it's important to recognize them, challenge them, and replace them with more constructive ones. This practice of cognitive restructuring helps you maintain a positive and proactive mindset, even in the face of adversity. By mastering your thoughts, you gain greater control over your emotions and behavior, enabling you to navigate life's challenges with greater ease and confidence. This mental discipline is essential for maintaining control and achieving a sense of mastery over your life. Cultivating a sense of inner resilience is another key strategy for maintaining control. Resilience is the ability to bounce back from setbacks, to recover quickly from difficulties, and to keep moving forward in the face of adversity. The Stoics believed that resilience is a key component of a well-lived life, as it allows you to remain steadfast and composed, even in the most challenging circumstances. To build resilience, it's important to develop a strong sense of purpose, to stay connected to your values, and to maintain a positive outlook. This doesn't mean ignoring difficulties or pretending they don't exist, but rather choosing to see challenges as opportunities for growth and learning. By cultivating resilience, you increase your ability to stay in control, no matter what life throws your way. Discipline is another essential aspect of maintaining control. Discipline involves the ability to regulate your behavior, to make choices that are in line with your long-term goals, and to resist the temptation to act on impulse. The Stoics believed that discipline is the foundation of a virtuous life, as it allows you to stay true to your principles and to act with integrity. By practicing discipline, you develop the ability to control your actions and to stay focused on your priorities. This doesn't mean rigidly adhering to a set of rules, but rather making conscious choices that support your growth and well-being. Discipline helps you maintain control over your life, ensuring that you are consistently moving in the direction of your goals. It is through discipline that you can create the structure and habits necessary to sustain your progress over time. Gratitude is another powerful practice for maintaining control over your life. Gratitude involves recognizing and appreciating the positive aspects of your life, even in the midst of challenges. By focusing on what you have rather than on what you lack, you cultivate a sense of abundance and contentment that helps you stay grounded and centered. Gratitude also fosters a positive mindset, which can help you navigate difficult situations with greater ease and composure. By practicing gratitude regularly, you strengthen your emotional resilience and increase your ability to stay in control, even when faced with adversity. Gratitude serves as a reminder of the good in your life, helping you maintain perspective and avoid being overwhelmed by negative emotions. Lastly, embracing the Stoic principle of amor fati, or love of fate, is a powerful strategy for maintaining control over your life. Amor fati involves accepting and embracing everything that happens to you, both good and bad, as necessary parts of your journey. This mindset allows you to see challenges and setbacks not as obstacles, but as opportunities for growth and learning. By embracing your fate, you let go of the need to control every aspect of your life and instead focus on how you respond to the events that unfold. This shift in perspective helps you maintain a sense of control, even in the face of uncertainty, as you recognize that you have the power to choose your response to any situation. Amor fati teaches you to accept life as it is, not as you wish it to be, and to find meaning and purpose in every experience, no matter how difficult. The ability to maintain control over your life and emotions is not something that happens overnight. It is a skill that requires consistent practice and dedication. By integrating these Stoic strategies into your daily life, you can cultivate a mindset that allows you to act as if you're always in control. These practices empower you to navigate life's challenges with confidence, resilience, and composure, enabling you to maintain a sense of mastery over your thoughts, emotions, and actions. As you continue to develop these skills, you'll find that you are better equipped to handle whatever life throws your way, and that you can move through the world with a sense of peace and purpose, knowing that you have the power to shape your destiny. Each of these strategies, self-awareness, detachment, mindfulness, rational thinking, setting clear intentions, negative visualization, cognitive restructuring, resilience, discipline, gratitude, and amor fati, contributes to a comprehensive approach to self-mastery. Together, they form a robust framework that helps you maintain control in all areas of your life. By practicing these strategies regularly, you build the mental and emotional strength needed to stay in control, even when faced with the most challenging situations. Self-awareness is the foundation of this approach. By understanding your emotions, thoughts, and motivations, you gain insight into the factors that influence your behavior. This awareness allows you to make conscious choices rather than being driven by unconscious impulses. Detachment complements self-awareness by enabling you to step back from your emotions and view situations objectively. This distance provides clarity and helps you respond with composure rather than reacting impulsively. Mindfulness further enhances your ability to stay in control by keeping you grounded in the present moment. When you are fully present, you can observe your thoughts and feelings without being overwhelmed by them. This practice helps you stay centered and calm, even in the face of stress or uncertainty. Rational thinking supports mindfulness by encouraging you to approach challenges with logic and reason, rather than letting emotions dictate your decisions. Setting clear intentions is another key component of maintaining control. When you have a clear sense of purpose, you are less likely to be swayed by distractions or external pressures. Intentions serve as a guide, helping you stay focused on your goals and aligned with your values. Negative visualization complements this practice by preparing you mentally and emotionally for potential challenges. By envisioning difficult scenarios in advance, you reduce the fear and anxiety that often accompany uncertainty. Cognitive restructuring is a powerful tool for managing your thoughts and emotions. By challenging negative thoughts and replacing them with more constructive ones, you gain greater control over your mindset. This practice helps you maintain a positive and proactive attitude, even in the face of adversity. Resilience builds on this by providing the strength to bounce back from setbacks and continue moving forward. When you are resilient, you can maintain control even when circumstances are challenging. Discipline is essential for staying on track and making consistent progress. It involves making conscious choices that support your long-term goals and resisting the temptation to act on impulse. Discipline helps you create the structure and habits needed to sustain your progress over time. Gratitude reinforces discipline by reminding you of the positive aspects of your life and helping you stay focused on what matters most. Finally, amor fati ties all of these strategies together by encouraging you to accept and embrace everything that happens in your life. When you love your fate, you let go of the need to control every aspect of your life and focus on responding with grace and wisdom. This mindset allows you to find meaning and purpose in every experience, no matter how difficult. As you continue to practice these strategies, you will find that maintaining control over your life and emotions becomes second nature. You will develop the mental and emotional strength needed to navigate life's challenges with confidence and composure. These practices will help you stay focused on your goals, aligned with your values, and resilient in the face of adversity. By cultivating a mindset of self-mastery, you can live a life of purpose, fulfillment, and inner peace, knowing that you have the power to shape your destiny. As you navigate the complexities of life, mastering the art of controlling your emotions and responses is crucial. This inner mastery enables you to face challenges with resilience and composure. Yet, one of the most difficult tests of this mastery comes when you are confronted with criticism. Whether it's constructive feedback aimed at helping you improve or harsh words intended to wound, criticism has the power to shake your confidence, stir up a host of emotions, and make you question your abilities and worth. But what if, instead of reacting defensively or internalizing the negativity, you could face criticism with a sense of calm, using it as a tool for growth? Imagine the transformation in your personal and professional life if you could approach every piece of feedback, no matter how difficult to hear, with grace and wisdom. Stoicism, a philosophy that has guided thinkers for centuries, offers invaluable lessons on how to handle criticism effectively, turning what could be a source of distress into a powerful opportunity for self-improvement. One of the foundational teachings of Stoicism that directly applies to handling criticism is the understanding that while you cannot control what others say or do, you have complete control over how you react. Criticism, by its very nature, is external. It is something that happens outside of you, and therefore it is beyond your control. The Stoics emphasized that our peace of mind should never be dependent on external factors, but should instead be rooted in our ability to govern our own reactions. When faced with criticism, rather than immediately reacting with anger, defensiveness, or hurt, it is essential to pause and reflect on the situation. Consider whether there is any truth in the criticism. If there is, view it as a valuable opportunity to learn and grow. If not, allow it to pass without letting it disturb your inner tranquility. By focusing on your response rather than the criticism itself, you maintain control over your emotions and ensure that your actions are aligned with your core values. Another essential Stoic principle in dealing with criticism is the importance of understanding the intent behind the words. Not all criticism is meant to harm. In many cases, it can be a well-intentioned attempt to help you improve. Approaching criticism with an open mind and a willingness to understand the other person's perspective can transform your response. Instead of reacting defensively, take a moment to consider why the criticism was given. Is the person offering this feedback trying to help you see something you may have missed? By trying to understand the intent behind the criticism, you can approach the situation with empathy and an open heart. This doesn't mean you have to agree with every piece of feedback, but it does mean that you give it thoughtful consideration before deciding how to respond. Understanding intent allows you to distinguish between criticism that is genuinely constructive and criticism that may be rooted in misunderstandings or negative motivations. Humility is another key Stoic lesson that can greatly influence how you handle criticism. It is natural to want to protect your ego when faced with negative feedback, but humility allows you to see criticism as an opportunity rather than a threat. Stoicism teaches us that we are all imperfect beings with much to learn. Embracing this fact makes it easier to accept that others may see things about us that we cannot see ourselves. When you adopt a humble attitude, you can view criticism as a tool for growth rather than as an attack on your character. Humility helps you detach your sense of self-worth from the criticism, making it easier to evaluate the feedback objectively. Instead of feeling threatened, you can appreciate the chance to improve. This shift in mindset is crucial for personal development, as it turns potentially painful experiences into opportunities for learning and self-betterment. Another Stoic practice that is essential when handling criticism is self-reflection. After receiving criticism, it is important to take the time to reflect on the feedback. Self-reflection involves looking inward and considering whether the criticism holds any truth or relevance to your life. It's an opportunity to examine your actions, behaviors, and attitudes to determine if any changes are necessary. Self-reflection also helps you maintain perspective, reminding you that criticism is just one person's opinion and does not define your entire identity or worth. By engaging in self-reflection, you can process criticism in a way that is constructive, allowing you to learn from the experience and make adjustments as needed. This practice ensures that you remain grounded and centered, even when faced with challenging feedback. Stoicism also emphasizes the importance of focusing on what you can control. When you receive criticism, it is important to remember that you cannot control the words or actions of others, but you can control your own response. Instead of fixating on trying to change someone else's opinion of you, focus on how you can use the criticism to improve yourself. This approach helps you stay grounded and prevents you from becoming overly concerned with the opinions of others. By focusing on what you can control, you ensure that your energy is directed toward positive change rather than being wasted on trying to influence the uncontrollable. This mindset shift not only helps you handle criticism more effectively, but also empowers you to take constructive action in response to the feedback you receive. Patience is another Stoic virtue that plays a crucial role in handling criticism. It is natural to feel a rush of emotions, such as anger, frustration, or embarrassment, when someone criticizes you. However, the Stoics teach that it is important to practice patience and to give yourself time to process the criticism before responding. By taking a step back and allowing yourself time to reflect, you can respond in a more thoughtful and measured way. Patience allows you to avoid knee-jerk reactions that might escalate the situation or lead to regret. Instead, it gives you the space to consider the feedback carefully and to choose a response that is in line with your values and goals. Practicing patience also helps you maintain your composure, which is essential for handling criticism with grace and dignity. The concept of equanimity, or maintaining a balanced and calm mind, is another Stoic principle that is highly relevant when dealing with criticism. The Stoics believed that we should strive to maintain a state of inner peace, regardless of external circumstances. When you receive criticism, it is easy to become emotionally reactive. However, equanimity allows you to keep your emotions in check and approach the situation with a calm and steady demeanor. By cultivating a sense of inner calm, you can approach criticism with a clear mind and a steady heart. This doesn't mean suppressing your emotions, but rather managing them in a way that allows you to respond thoughtfully rather than reactively. Equanimity helps you maintain your dignity and self-respect, even in the face of harsh or unfair criticism, and ensures that your response is measured and appropriate. Another important Stoic teaching that can help you handle criticism with grace is the practice of focusing on the bigger picture. Criticism, especially when it is negative or harsh, can feel overwhelming in the moment. However, the Stoics remind us to keep things in perspective. Ask yourself whether the criticism you are facing will matter in the long run. Will it have a lasting impact on your overall goals and aspirations? By focusing on the bigger picture, you can avoid getting bogged down by minor setbacks or temporary challenges. This perspective helps you see criticism as a small part of your overall journey, rather than something that defines you. By keeping the bigger picture in mind, you can approach criticism with a sense of proportion and avoid letting it derail your progress. Gratitude is another Stoic strategy that can transform the way you handle criticism. It might seem counterintuitive, but finding something to be grateful for in the face of criticism can change your experience entirely. Gratitude allows you to focus on the positive aspects of the situation, even when the feedback is difficult to hear. Perhaps the criticism is an opportunity to learn something new, to grow in ways you had not anticipated, or to develop greater resilience. By focusing on what you can be grateful for, you shift your mindset from one of defensiveness to one of openness and growth. Gratitude also helps to soften the sting of criticism, making it easier to accept and integrate the feedback into your life. By cultivating gratitude, you create a more positive and constructive approach to handling criticism. Lastly, the Stoic principle of amor fati, or the love of fate, is a powerful mindset to adopt when dealing with criticism. Amor fati means accepting and embracing everything that happens to you, including criticism, as necessary parts of your journey. This mindset encourages you to see criticism not as something to be feared or avoided, but as something to be embraced and learned from. By loving your fate, you acknowledge that criticism, like all experiences, has something to teach you. This acceptance allows you to approach criticism with a sense of curiosity and openness, rather than with fear or resistance. Amor fati helps you integrate criticism into your life in a way that enhances your growth and strengthens your character. By embracing criticism as a part of your journey, you can use it as a tool for self-improvement and personal development. Handling criticism with grace requires more than just a thick skin. It requires a mindset grounded in Stoic principles. By applying these teachings, taking responsibility for your reactions, seeking to understand the intent behind criticism, embracing humility, practicing self-reflection, focusing on what you can control, exercising patience, maintaining equanimity, keeping the bigger picture in mind, practicing gratitude, and embracing amor fati, you can transform criticism from a source of discomfort into a powerful opportunity for growth. Each piece of feedback becomes a stepping stone on your path to becoming the best version of yourself. This approach not only helps you grow and improve, but also strengthens your relationships and enhances your ability to navigate the challenges of life. Criticism, in its various forms, can be a powerful catalyst for change. When handled with grace, it can push you to reassess your actions, challenge your assumptions, and inspire you to strive for greater heights. The Stoics understood that criticism, like all external events, is a part of life that we cannot avoid. However, by approaching it with the right mindset, we can turn it into something constructive and empowering. The ability to handle criticism with grace is a skill that can be developed and refined over time, and it is one that will serve you well in all areas of your life. By integrating these Stoic teachings into your daily life, you can approach criticism with a sense of calm and confidence. You'll be able to listen to feedback without feeling threatened, to evaluate it objectively, and to respond in a way that reflects your values and goals. This approach not only helps you to grow and improve, but also strengthens your relationships and enhances your ability to navigate the challenges of life. Handling criticism with grace is not just about maintaining your composure in the moment. It's about using every experience, even the difficult ones, as a stepping stone on your path to personal and professional growth. As you continue to practice these Stoic principles, you'll find that criticism becomes less daunting and more manageable. You'll develop a thicker skin, a more resilient mindset, and a greater sense of self-assurance. This doesn't mean that criticism will never affect you, but rather that you will be better equipped to handle it in a way that is constructive and aligned with your values. Over time, you'll come to see criticism not as a threat, but as an opportunity to learn, to grow, and to become the best version of yourself. Criticism is an inevitable part of life, but how you respond to it is entirely within your control. By applying the lessons of Stoicism, focusing on your reactions, seeking to understand the intent behind criticism, embracing humility, practicing self-reflection, controlling what you can, exercising patience, maintaining equanimity, keeping the bigger picture in mind, practicing gratitude, and embracing amor fati, you can handle criticism with grace and use it as a powerful tool for personal growth. These principles not only help you to navigate the challenges of criticism, but also empower you to live a life that is true to your values and aspirations. As you continue to integrate these teachings into your life, you'll find that criticism no longer holds the power to shake your confidence or derail your progress. Instead, it becomes a stepping stone on your journey toward becoming the person you aspire to be. As you progress in mastering the art of handling criticism with grace, another inevitable challenge emerges: dealing with failure. Failures, setbacks, and disappointments are intrinsic parts of life that can leave you feeling defeated, questioning your choices, and doubting your abilities. Yet, within these challenging moments lies an incredible opportunity. What if, instead of viewing failure as a final defeat, you could reframe it as a critical part of your journey to success. What if you could transform each setback into a powerful lesson that propels you forward with even greater wisdom and resilience? The philosophy of Stoicism provides profound guidance on how to turn losses into gains, offering tactical wisdom that can help you reverse failure and transform it into an engine for growth and development. The first tactic to explore in transforming failure is to alter your perspective on what failure truly means. In moments of setback, it's natural to feel that failure is a sign of weakness or an indication that your efforts have been in vain. However, the Stoic approach encourages you to redefine failure not as an end, but as an essential part of your growth process. Failure is not a marker of inadequacy. Rather, it's a critical feedback mechanism that helps you understand what doesn't work and where adjustments need to be made. By shifting your perspective, you start seeing each failure as a necessary step on the path to success. It's in these moments of failure that you gain the insights and knowledge necessary to refine your approach and improve your strategies. Instead of allowing failure to define your worth, see it as a valuable teacher that offers lessons you couldn't learn otherwise. The next Stoic tactic is practicing acceptance. Failure often triggers a range of emotions, from disappointment to frustration and even anger. These emotions, while natural, can cloud your judgment and prevent you from moving forward. The Stoics taught that we should accept the things we cannot change and focus our energy on what we can influence. This means recognizing that while you may not be able to change the fact that you failed, you do have control over how you respond to it. Acceptance isn't about resignation. It's about acknowledging the reality of the situation without becoming mired in regret or self-pity. By accepting failure as a natural and inevitable part of life, you free yourself from the burden of negative emotions and open yourself up to the possibilities that lie ahead. Acceptance allows you to move forward with a clear mind, ready to tackle the next challenge with renewed focus. Another critical Stoic strategy is taking full responsibility for your failures. It's tempting to blame external factors, other people, or even bad luck when things don't go as planned. However, the Stoics emphasized that true empowerment comes from owning your actions and their outcomes. Taking responsibility doesn't mean blaming yourself harshly. Rather, it means recognizing your role in the situation and learning from it. When you take responsibility, you reclaim your power. You acknowledge that while you may have made mistakes, you also have the ability to learn from them and make better choices in the future. This mindset fosters a sense of agency, enabling you to move forward with a proactive attitude rather than being weighed down by regret or resentment. Perseverance is another fundamental Stoic tactic for reversing failure. Life's challenges can often feel overwhelming, particularly when faced with repeated setbacks. The road to success is rarely smooth, and it's easy to feel discouraged when progress seems slow or non-existent. However, the Stoics believed that perseverance, continuing to move forward despite obstacles, is essential for overcoming adversity. Perseverance means staying committed to your goals, even when the journey is difficult. It involves maintaining your efforts and focus, regardless of how many times you encounter failure. Each time you persevere, you build mental and emotional resilience, which strengthens your ability to handle future challenges. Through perseverance, failure becomes a temporary detour rather than a permanent roadblock, allowing you to continue your journey toward success with determination and confidence. The practice of self-compassion is another vital Stoic tactic when dealing with failure. It's all too easy to fall into the trap of harsh self-criticism when things don't go as planned. You might find yourself dwelling on your mistakes, questioning your abilities, or feeling that you're not good enough. However, the Stoics remind us that we are all human, and to be human is to be imperfect. Failure is not a reflection of your worth. It's simply an indication that something didn't work as intended. By practicing self-compassion, you offer yourself the same kindness and understanding you would extend to a friend in a similar situation. Recognize that everyone makes mistakes and that these moments are opportunities to learn and grow. Self-compassion helps you maintain a balanced perspective, enabling you to treat yourself with gentleness while also holding yourself accountable for your actions. Another powerful Stoic tactic is focusing on the process rather than becoming fixated on outcomes. It's natural to set goals and work toward specific results, but when you become too attached to a particular outcome, failure can feel devastating. The Stoics encourage us to shift our focus from the end result to the process itself. The effort, discipline, and commitment you bring to your work are within your control, while the final outcome may not be. By concentrating on what you can control, the quality of your efforts, the integrity of your approach, you can find satisfaction and pride in your work, regardless of the outcome. This process-oriented mindset allows you to value the journey, seeing each step, including the missteps, as contributing to your overall growth and development. By embracing this approach, failure loses its sting, becoming just another part of the process of learning and improvement. Embracing the Stoic concept of amor fati, or love of fate, is another key tactic for turning failure into success. Amor fati means accepting and embracing everything that happens to you, including setbacks and failures, as necessary components of your life journey. Rather than resisting or lamenting these experiences, amor fati encourages you to see them as opportunities for growth. By loving your fate, you recognize that every experience, whether positive or negative, plays a crucial role in shaping who you are and guiding you toward your ultimate goals. This mindset fosters resilience and acceptance, helping you to approach challenges with a sense of peace and determination. When you adopt amor fati, failure becomes less about loss and more about what you stand to gain from the experience. Negative visualization, a Stoic practice, is another tactic that can help you prepare for and manage failure effectively. Negative visualization involves imagining worst-case scenarios and mentally preparing yourself for the possibility of failure. This practice is not about pessimism, but about building mental resilience. By envisioning potential setbacks, you can reduce the fear of failure and develop strategies to overcome challenges. Negative visualization allows you to approach difficult situations with a calm and rational mindset, making you better equipped to handle setbacks when they occur. By anticipating potential failures and preparing for them, you can respond with greater confidence and composure, turning what might have been a debilitating experience into an opportunity for growth. Gratitude is another Stoic principle that plays a crucial role in transforming failure into success. It might seem counterintuitive, but finding reasons to be grateful even in the face of failure can have a profound impact on your mindset. Gratitude helps shift your focus from what went wrong to what can be learned from the experience. Every failure carries valuable lessons that can only be gained through the experience of not succeeding. By cultivating gratitude for these lessons, you can reframe failure as a positive force in your life. What insights did the failure provide? How can you use this new knowledge to improve? By focusing on the lessons rather than the loss, you maintain a positive and constructive mindset, which is essential for bouncing back from setbacks and moving forward with renewed purpose. Resilience is another key component of turning failure into success. Resilience is the ability to recover quickly from setbacks and to continue moving forward even when the road is difficult. The Stoics believed that resilience is a fundamental quality for anyone seeking to overcome failure and achieve their goals. Resilience is not about avoiding failure, but about responding to it in a way that strengthens you. When you cultivate resilience, you build the mental and emotional fortitude needed to withstand the inevitable challenges that life presents. Resilience allows you to view failure not as an endpoint, but as a temporary obstacle that can be overcome with determination and perseverance. By developing resilience, you increase your capacity to learn from failure and to use it as a stepping stone toward future success. Maintaining perspective is another important Stoic tactic when dealing with failure. In the midst of a setback, it can be easy to lose sight of the bigger picture and to view the situation as more catastrophic than it actually is. The Stoics teach that perspective is essential for maintaining balance and composure. Ask yourself whether the failure you're facing will matter in the long run. Is it a temporary setback or something that will have a lasting impact? By keeping the larger context in mind, you can avoid becoming overwhelmed by the immediate emotions that failure often brings. This perspective helps you approach the situation with a clear mind, enabling you to focus on finding solutions rather than dwelling on the problem. Maintaining perspective allows you to stay grounded and to make decisions based on rational thinking rather than emotional reactions. Detachment from outcomes is another Stoic strategy that can help you handle failure more effectively. When you become too attached to a specific result, failure can feel like a personal catastrophe. However, by practicing detachment, you can reduce the emotional impact of failure and maintain a sense of balance. Detachment doesn't mean apathy. It means recognizing that your worth and identity are not dependent on any single outcome. By detaching from the need for a specific result, you can focus on the actions and decisions that are within your control. This mindset allows you to approach challenges with curiosity and openness, rather than with fear or anxiety. Detachment helps you maintain your composure in the face of failure and enables you to see setbacks as opportunities for learning and growth. Finally, patience is a virtue that plays a critical role in reversing failure and turning it into success. When you experience a setback, it's natural to want to fix the situation immediately or to find a solution as quickly as possible. However, the Stoics remind us that some things take time and that patience is essential for turning failure into a positive force in your life. Patience allows you to approach the situation with a calm and measured mindset, giving yourself the time needed to reflect, learn, and make thoughtful decisions. By practicing patience, you avoid rushing into actions that might be driven by fear or desperation. Instead, you can take the time to consider your options carefully, develop a well-thought-out plan, and move forward with confidence. Patience helps you maintain your focus and composure, enabling you to transform failure into a stepping stone for future success. By applying these Stoic tactics, you can turn failure from a source of despair into a powerful catalyst for growth and achievement. Each setback becomes an opportunity to learn, grow, and refine your approach. By reframing your perception of failure, practicing acceptance, taking responsibility, cultivating perseverance, embracing self-compassion, focusing on the process, adopting amor fati, practicing negative visualization, cultivating gratitude, building resilience, maintaining perspective, practicing detachment, and embracing patience, you can reverse failure and turn it into a valuable tool for your personal and professional development. These principles not only help you navigate the challenges of failure, but also empower you to live a life that is aligned with your values and aspirations. As you integrate these teachings into your life, you will find that failure no longer holds the power to derail your progress or diminish your confidence. Instead, it becomes an integral part of your journey toward becoming the person you aspire to be, providing you with the insights, strength, and resilience needed to succeed in all your endeavors. As you continue your journey of growth, mastering the ability to transform failures into stepping stones for success, another vital aspect of self-improvement comes to the forefront: overcoming toxic behaviors that can subtly but powerfully undermine your progress. These behaviors often lurk in the background, shaping our thoughts, actions, and interactions in ways that are not always immediately obvious. However, their effects can be profoundly damaging, holding you back from achieving your true potential and leading a fulfilling life. Imagine if you could identify and eradicate these destructive patterns, replacing them with healthier habits that align with your values and goals. What if you could leverage the timeless wisdom of Stoicism to not only recognize these toxic behaviors, but also to systematically dismantle them, thereby paving the way for a life of greater clarity, purpose, and inner peace? The principles of Stoicism offer invaluable guidance for overcoming these toxic tendencies, helping you to cultivate a mindset and lifestyle that foster resilience, self-mastery, and genuine well-being. One of the most common toxic behaviors that Stoicism helps to overcome is the tendency to engage in chronic complaining. Complaining can easily become a default response to discomfort, dissatisfaction, or frustration, but it does little to improve your situation. In fact, it often exacerbates your sense of powerlessness and negativity, creating a vicious cycle that is difficult to break. Stoicism teaches that instead of focusing on external circumstances, many of which are beyond your control, you should direct your attention to what you can control: your thoughts, attitudes, and actions. By consciously shifting your focus away from what is wrong and instead concentrating on what you can do to improve your situation, you empower yourself to take constructive action. This mental shift transforms your energy from one of passive dissatisfaction to active engagement, enabling you to approach challenges with a problem-solving mindset rather than one of helplessness. Over time, as you practice this Stoic principle, you'll find that the habit of complaining loses its grip on you, replaced by a more resilient and proactive approach to life. Another toxic behavior that Stoicism addresses is the pervasive habit of self-doubt. Self-doubt can be incredibly debilitating, causing you to second-guess your abilities, hesitate to pursue opportunities, and ultimately to settle for less than you are capable of achieving. It's the internal voice that whispers, or sometimes shouts, that you're not good enough, that you're destined to fail, or that you don't deserve success. Stoicism offers a powerful antidote to this toxic mindset by encouraging you to recognize that self-doubt is rooted in unfounded fears and assumptions rather than in reality. Through the practice of self-awareness and rational thinking, you can learn to challenge these negative thoughts and replace them with more empowering beliefs. Stoicism teaches that your worth is not contingent on external validation or success, but on your character and your commitment to living according to your values. By internalizing this Stoic perspective, you can begin to dismantle the toxic cycle of self-doubt, replacing it with a sense of inner confidence and self-assurance that empowers you to take bold steps toward your goals. Envy is another deeply ingrained toxic behavior that Stoicism helps to overcome. In today's world, where social media and societal expectations constantly encourage comparisons, it's easy to fall into the trap of envying others for their successes, possessions, or perceived happiness. Envy can be corrosive, eroding your sense of self-worth and creating unnecessary resentment toward others. It distracts you from your own path and fosters a mindset of scarcity where someone else's gain is seen as your loss. Stoicism, however, teaches that true contentment and fulfillment come from within, not from comparing yourself to others. By focusing on your own journey and valuing your unique strengths and progress, you can release the grip that envy has on your life. Stoicism encourages you to cultivate a sense of gratitude for what you have and to celebrate the successes of others without feeling diminished by them. This shift in perspective allows you to move away from a mindset of competition and comparison toward one of abundance and self-satisfaction. As you practice this approach, you'll find that envy gradually fades, replaced by a deeper appreciation for your own life and a genuine happiness for the successes of others. Blame is another toxic behavior that Stoicism can help you overcome. It's natural to want to shift responsibility onto external factors, whether other people, circumstances, or sheer bad luck, when things go wrong. Blame allows you to avoid facing uncomfortable truths about your own role in a situation, but it also keeps you trapped in a victim mentality where you feel powerless to change your circumstances. Stoicism teaches that while you cannot control everything that happens to you, you are fully in control of how you respond. By taking responsibility for your actions, choices, and reactions, you reclaim your agency and empower yourself to make positive changes. This doesn't mean engaging in self-blame or harsh self-criticism. Rather, it involves an honest assessment of where you could have acted differently and what you can learn from the experience. By embracing responsibility instead of blame, you shift from a reactive to a proactive mindset, one that focuses on solutions and growth rather than on excuses and avoidance. This shift not only helps you to overcome setbacks, but also fosters a greater sense of personal power and accountability in all areas of your life. Another toxic behavior that Stoicism helps to address is the relentless pursuit of external validation. In a world where social media likes, compliments, and societal approval often seem to define success, it's easy to become preoccupied with what others think of you. This constant need for validation can lead you to compromise your values, change your behavior to please others, and base your self-worth on external factors that are beyond your control. Stoicism, however, teaches that true self-worth comes from living in alignment with your own values and principles, regardless of whether others recognize or approve of it. By detaching from the need for external validation, you free yourself to live authentically, guided by your own inner compass rather than by the fluctuating opinions of others. This Stoic approach fosters a stronger sense of self-respect and confidence, allowing you to pursue your goals and make decisions based on what is truly important to you, rather than on the approval or disapproval of others. Over time, as you practice this principle, you'll find that the need for validation diminishes, replaced by a deeper sense of inner peace and self-assurance. Dwelling on the past is another behavior that Stoicism helps you to overcome. It's natural to reflect on past experiences, but when these reflections turn into obsessive rumination, they can become toxic. Replaying past mistakes, regrets, or missed opportunities can prevent you from fully engaging with the present moment and moving forward in your life. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of focusing on the present and letting go of what is beyond your control, including the past. The Stoics teach that the past is gone, and no amount of dwelling on it can change what has already happened. By practicing acceptance and directing your energy toward the present, you can release the hold that past events have on you and focus on creating a better future. This shift in focus frees you from the weight of regret and empowers you to take positive actions in the present, which is the only moment you truly have control over. Lastly, Stoicism offers powerful tools to overcome the fear of change, a toxic behavior that can keep you stuck in unfulfilling situations or prevent you from pursuing new opportunities. Change is an inevitable part of life, yet it often triggers anxiety and resistance because it involves stepping into the unknown. This fear can lead to stagnation, holding you back from growth and the possibility of discovering new paths. Stoicism teaches that change is a natural and necessary part of the human experience, and that resisting it only leads to unnecessary suffering. By embracing change as an opportunity for growth, learning, and new experiences, you can let go of the fear that holds you back. Stoicism encourages you to see change as a dynamic force that propels you forward, allowing you to adapt, evolve, and ultimately lead a richer and more fulfilling life. By overcoming the fear of change, you open yourself up to new possibilities, ready to face whatever comes your way with courage and an open mind. The journey of overcoming these toxic behaviors is not a quick or easy one, but it is deeply rewarding. As you apply Stoic principles to your life, you'll begin to notice a profound transformation in how you think, feel, and act. The process of eliminating toxic behaviors like complaining, self-doubt, envy, blame, seeking validation, dwelling on the past, and fearing change allows you to create space for more positive and constructive habits to take root. These new habits, grounded in Stoic wisdom, will enable you to live a life that is more aligned with your values, more resilient in the face of challenges, and more peaceful in your interactions with the world around you. As you continue to practice these Stoic principles, you'll discover that the power to overcome these toxic behaviors lies within you. The Stoic approach is not about changing the world around you, but about changing the way you perceive and interact with that world. By shifting your focus to what you can control, your thoughts, actions, and reactions, you begin to reclaim your power and agency. This shift in perspective is liberating, as it allows you to break free from the patterns that have held you back and to move forward with greater clarity and purpose. The process of overcoming toxic behaviors is not about striving for perfection, but about making continuous progress. Each day offers an opportunity to practice these principles, to become a little more aligned with your values, and to develop the inner strength needed to navigate life's challenges with grace and resilience. In overcoming these toxic behaviors, you also open the door to deeper and more meaningful relationships. When you let go of the need for external validation, you become more authentic in your interactions with others. When you release envy and embrace gratitude, you're able to celebrate the successes of others without feeling diminished. When you stop blaming others and take responsibility for your own life, you create healthier dynamics in your relationships built on mutual respect and accountability. By overcoming the fear of change, you become more adaptable and open to new experiences, allowing your relationships to evolve and grow in positive ways. These shifts not only benefit you, but also those around you, creating a ripple effect of positivity and growth in your personal and professional life. The journey of overcoming toxic behaviors with the help of Stoic principles is ultimately a journey of self-liberation. It's about freeing yourself from the chains of negativity, self-doubt, and fear that have held you back, and stepping into a life of greater freedom, purpose, and fulfillment. The road may be challenging at times, but with the guidance of Stoic wisdom, you have the tools to navigate it with confidence and resilience. By recognizing and overcoming these toxic behaviors, you pave the way for a life that is not only more aligned with your values, but also more joyful, peaceful, and meaningful. This is the true power of Stoicism, a philosophy that not only helps you survive life's challenges, but thrive in the face of them, transforming obstacles into opportunities for growth and turning toxic patterns into stepping stones for success. The ability to identify and overcome these toxic behaviors is a testament to the power of introspection and the application of Stoic wisdom. By consistently practicing the principles of Stoicism, focusing on what you can control, accepting responsibility, cultivating gratitude, embracing change, and letting go of harmful patterns, you gradually build a life that reflects your highest values and aspirations. This process of transformation is ongoing and requires dedication, but the rewards are immense. As you free yourself from the behaviors that once held you back, you unlock new levels of potential, creativity, and fulfillment. You become more resilient in the face of adversity, more compassionate in your interactions with others, and more confident in your ability to navigate the complexities of life. As you continue on this path, you'll find that the toxic behaviors that once seemed so ingrained begin to lose their hold on you, replaced by healthier, more empowering ways of being. The changes you make may start small, but over time they accumulate, leading to a profound transformation in your life. The Stoic principles serve as a guiding light on this journey, helping you to navigate the challenges you encounter and to remain steadfast in your commitment to self-improvement. With each step you take, you move closer to becoming the person you aspire to be, someone who is not only capable of overcoming challenges, but who thrives in the face of them, living a life of purpose, peace, and profound inner strength. The journey of overcoming toxic behaviors through the application of Stoic principles is one of the most powerful steps you can take toward personal growth and self-mastery. By recognizing and addressing behaviors like chronic complaining, self-doubt, envy, blame, the need for external validation, dwelling on the past, and the fear of change, you free yourself to live a life that is more aligned with your values and goals. The principles of Stoicism offer practical and profound tools for making this transformation, guiding you to replace harmful patterns with constructive habits that lead to greater resilience, clarity, and fulfillment. As you continue to apply these teachings in your life, you'll discover that you have the power to create a life that not only meets your highest aspirations, but also brings you lasting peace and happiness. This is the true essence of Stoic wisdom, using the challenges and obstacles of life as opportunities for growth, and in doing so, becoming the best version of yourself. As you continue your journey of personal growth, applying Stoic principles to overcome toxic behaviors and align your actions with your values, it's important to recognize that external influences can also impact your progress. While self-improvement is largely an internal process, the dynamics of your relationships and the intentions of those around you can significantly affect your path. Sometimes, people close to you, whether friends, colleagues, or even family members, might not have your best interests at heart. Sabotage, especially when it is subtle and comes from those you trust, can be difficult to detect. It often operates under the surface, quietly eroding your confidence, disrupting your plans, and hindering your progress. Imagine the impact if you could identify these subtle signs early, allowing you to protect yourself and your goals from being undermined. The wisdom of Stoicism offers profound insights into recognizing when someone might be sabotaging you behind your back, helping you to maintain your focus and integrity in the face of covert opposition. One of the most telling signs that someone may be sabotaging you is the presence of inconsistency between their words and their actions. This person may present themselves as supportive, offering encouragement and expressing agreement with your plans. However, their actions reveal a different story. Perhaps they frequently fail to follow through on commitments, forget to relay important information, or inadvertently create obstacles that impede your progress. Stoicism teaches the importance of paying attention to actions over words, because actions are more reflective of a person's true intentions. When you observe a pattern where someone's actions consistently undermine what they say, it's a signal that their support might not be as genuine as it appears. This inconsistency could indicate that they are, in fact, working against you behind the scenes. By being vigilant and focusing on behaviors rather than rhetoric, you can better discern who is genuinely supportive and who might be subtly trying to derail your efforts. Another sign of potential sabotage is when you notice subtle criticism or backhanded compliments from someone close to you. These remarks might be framed as jokes, casual observations, or even well-meaning advice, but they carry an underlying tone of negativity. For example, someone might compliment your work but add a comment that diminishes your achievement, leaving you feeling uncertain or questioning your abilities. Over time, these small jabs can accumulate, eroding your confidence and making you second-guess your decisions. Stoicism encourages you to maintain a steady mind and not be swayed by others' opinions, especially when those opinions are delivered in a way that subtly undermines you. If you find that someone regularly makes comments that leave you feeling unsure or inadequate, it could be a deliberate attempt to chip away at your self-confidence. Recognizing this pattern allows you to protect your mental and emotional well-being, enabling you to stay focused on your goals without being derailed by someone else's negative influence. A third sign that someone may be sabotaging you is if they seem overly interested in your failures or setbacks. While a true friend or ally will offer genuine support and encouragement during difficult times, someone with less sincere intentions might display a disproportionate interest in your struggles. They might ask probing questions about your challenges, express exaggerated sympathy, or frequently bring up your past failures, especially in public or in front of others. This behavior can be a tactic to keep you focused on your shortcomings, making you doubt your capabilities and discouraging you from pursuing your goals. Stoicism teaches the importance of maintaining focus on what you can control and not allowing external forces to manipulate your emotions. If you notice that someone seems unusually invested in your difficulties, it could be a sign that they are not genuinely rooting for your success. By staying grounded in Stoic principles, you can resist the impact of this behavior and remain committed to your path. Another subtle form of sabotage occurs when someone frequently withholds information or resources that could be beneficial to you. This might manifest as them not informing you of opportunities, failing to share important details that are crucial for your success, or deliberately keeping you out of the loop on significant matters. While this behavior could be disguised as simple forgetfulness or oversight, if it happens consistently, it may indicate a more intentional effort to hinder your progress. Stoicism teaches that while we should strive to be self-reliant and not overly dependent on others, it's also important to be aware of when someone is actively limiting your access to necessary tools and information. If you find that a person consistently fails to provide you with the support or resources you need, it's worth considering whether this is a deliberate tactic to keep you from advancing. By recognizing this behavior, you can take steps to seek out the information and resources you need from other, more reliable sources, ensuring that your progress is not stifled. Another indication that someone might be sabotaging you is if they subtly encourage you to take actions that are not in your best interest. This can come in the form of advice that, on the surface, seems helpful or supportive, but upon closer examination could lead you down a path that is misaligned with your values or goals. For example, they might suggest that you take on a risky project without fully considering the consequences, or they might push you to pursue an opportunity that diverts you from your true objectives. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of remaining true to your principles and making decisions based on rational thought rather than being swayed by the opinions of others. If you find that someone is consistently advising you to make choices that don't feel right or that conflict with your values, it could be a sign that they are not acting in your best interest. By staying true to your own judgment and not allowing yourself to be led astray by questionable advice, you can protect yourself from this form of subtle sabotage. Pay attention to those who downplay your achievements or successes, as this is another sign that someone might be undermining you. A person who is sabotaging you may be reluctant to acknowledge your accomplishments or may try to minimize them. They might offer lukewarm congratulations, make dismissive remarks, or quickly change the subject when your successes are discussed. Stoicism teaches that true contentment comes from within, and that we should not rely on external validation to feel good about our achievements. However, it's also important to recognize when someone is deliberately trying to downplay your success as a way to diminish your confidence or make you feel less capable. If you notice that someone consistently fails to celebrate your wins or seems uncomfortable with your achievements, it could be a sign that they are not as supportive as they claim to be. By recognizing this behavior, you can take steps to ensure that you surround yourself with people who genuinely support your growth and success. Another behavior to watch out for is when someone regularly tries to take credit for your work or ideas. They might subtly insert themselves into your successes, claim partial credit for your accomplishments, or even present your ideas as their own. This behavior can be particularly damaging in professional settings, where recognition for your contributions is crucial for career advancement. Stoicism teaches the importance of integrity and staying true to your principles, even when others do not. If you find that someone is consistently trying to take credit for your efforts, it's important to address the situation directly and assert your ownership of your work. By doing so, you protect your professional reputation and ensure that you receive the recognition you deserve. Recognizing this behavior early on can help you maintain control over your contributions and prevent others from undermining your hard-earned achievements. Another subtle sign of sabotage is when someone seems to be constantly testing your boundaries. This might manifest as them pushing you to do things you're uncomfortable with, asking for favors that go beyond what is reasonable, or disregarding your time and energy. Over time, this behavior can wear you down and make you more susceptible to manipulation. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of maintaining clear boundaries and respecting your own limits. If you notice that someone is frequently challenging your boundaries or trying to push you beyond your comfort zone in ways that feel inappropriate, it could be a sign that they are attempting to undermine your autonomy and control. By standing firm in your boundaries and refusing to be pressured into actions that don't align with your values, you can protect yourself from this form of sabotage and ensure that you remain true to your own principles. Another subtle yet telling behavior to be aware of is when someone tries to isolate you from others, particularly from those who might support or empower you. This could involve speaking negatively about others, sowing seeds of doubt about your relationships, or creating drama that pulls you away from your support network. Stoicism teaches the value of community and the importance of surrounding yourself with people who uplift and support you. If someone is consistently trying to create division or isolate you from your support system, it could be a sign that they are trying to weaken your connections to gain more influence or control over you. Recognizing this behavior allows you to strengthen your relationships with those who truly have your best interests at heart, and to distance yourself from those who seek to isolate you for their own gain. By maintaining strong connections with supportive individuals, you can protect yourself from attempts to undermine your relationships and ensure that you have a solid foundation of support. Lastly, be cautious of individuals who seem to thrive on drama or conflict, especially when it seems to revolve around you. A person who is sabotaging you might stir up trouble, spread rumors, or create conflicts that distract you from your goals and drain your energy. This behavior can be particularly insidious because it often disguises itself as concern or involvement in your life. Stoicism teaches the importance of maintaining inner peace and not allowing external chaos to disturb your focus. If you find that someone is frequently at the center of drama in your life, particularly in ways that seem to distract you from your purpose, it could be a sign that they are deliberately trying to undermine your stability and success. By recognizing this pattern, you can take steps to minimize your involvement in unnecessary conflicts and maintain your focus on what truly matters. Recognizing these signs of sabotage is crucial for protecting yourself and staying true to your path. The subtle nature of these behaviors means they can easily go unnoticed, especially if you're not looking for them. However, by applying Stoic principles, observing actions over words, maintaining clear boundaries, staying true to your values, and focusing on your own growth and integrity, you can identify these signs early and take steps to address them. Protecting yourself from sabotage doesn't mean becoming paranoid or mistrustful, but rather being aware and discerning about the people you allow into your life and the influence they have on your journey. By doing so, you can ensure that you remain on course, undeterred by those who might seek to undermine your efforts. As you continue to apply these Stoic insights, you'll become more adept at navigating complex interpersonal dynamics. The ability to recognize and address subtle forms of sabotage is a testament to your growing wisdom and resilience. It's a reflection of your commitment to living a life that is true to your values and aligned with your goals, regardless of the challenges or obstacles that others may place in your path. By staying vigilant and grounded in Stoic principles, you can protect yourself from those who would seek to undermine you, ensuring that you continue to move forward with clarity, purpose, and confidence. The path of personal growth and self-improvement is one that requires not only inner work, but also a keen awareness of the external influences that can affect your journey. By recognizing the subtle signs of sabotage and applying Stoic principles to navigate these challenges, you equip yourself with the tools needed to protect your progress and maintain your focus. The ability to identify and address these behaviors early on is crucial for ensuring that you remain in control of your destiny, undeterred by the hidden agendas of others. As you continue on this path, guided by the wisdom of Stoicism, you'll find that you are better equipped to handle not only the challenges within yourself, but also those that arise from the complexities of human relationships. This comprehensive approach to self-mastery enables you to live a life of greater integrity, resilience, and fulfillment, undisturbed by the subtle attempts of others to derail your journey. As you continue to grow in your understanding and application of Stoic principles, you've likely encountered situations where your efforts, kindness, and presence have gone unrecognized or undervalued. Being taken for granted is one of the more challenging experiences to endure, often leaving you feeling invisible or unappreciated. Whether it's a colleague who dismisses your contributions, a friend who expects your support without reciprocation, or a partner who overlooks your efforts, this feeling of being undervalued can lead to deep frustration and doubt about your worth. However, instead of reacting out of anger or hurt, imagine leveraging the calm, steady wisdom of Stoicism to change the narrative, to ensure that those who took you for granted come to see the error of their ways, not through direct confrontation, but through the undeniable force of your actions and principles. By mastering this approach, you can reclaim your power, assert your value, and naturally inspire respect and recognition from those who initially failed to appreciate you. One of the most effective ways to make others realize they've taken you for granted is to excel in your endeavors independently, without seeking their validation. Stoicism teaches that your worth should not be contingent upon the opinions or recognition of others. Instead, your value is inherent in your actions, your integrity, and your commitment to living according to your values. When someone overlooks your contributions or takes your presence for granted, it's easy to feel disheartened or to crave their acknowledgement. However, the Stoic approach suggests focusing inward on your own growth and success. By pursuing your goals with determination and excelling in your work, you communicate your value in a way that cannot be ignored. Over time, as you continue to achieve and thrive, those who underestimated you will begin to see the full extent of your capabilities. This realization often leads to a deep sense of regret, as they recognize that they failed to support or appreciate you when they had the chance. Another key strategy in addressing being taken for granted involves establishing and maintaining strong personal boundaries. Often, people take others for granted when they perceive a lack of boundaries, when they assume they can access your time, energy, and resources without limitation. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of self-respect and the necessity of setting clear boundaries to protect your well-being. When someone consistently undervalues you, it is crucial to communicate your limits clearly and enforce them consistently. This might involve saying no to unreasonable demands, refusing to tolerate disrespectful behavior, or distancing yourself from relationships that are not mutually beneficial. By standing firm in your boundaries, you send a powerful message that you value yourself and will not allow others to diminish your worth. This often leads those who have taken you for granted to reconsider their actions, as they realize that they cannot continue to access your time and energy without reciprocating or showing respect. The recognition that they have lost this unrestricted access often results in a profound sense of regret. Practicing indifference to external validation is another powerful way to make others regret taking you for granted. When someone undervalues you, there is often a strong temptation to seek their approval or to prove your worth to them. However, Stoicism teaches that true contentment and self-worth come from within, not from the recognition or validation of others. By cultivating a sense of indifference to external opinions, you empower yourself to live in accordance with your own values and principles, regardless of how others perceive you. This internal focus creates a deep sense of self-assurance that is both powerful and liberating. When others observe that you are not dependent on their validation and that you derive your confidence from within, it often leads them to reflect on their failure to appreciate you. This realization, accompanied by regret, stems from their recognition that your worth was never contingent on their approval and that they missed an opportunity to acknowledge your true value. Responding with grace and dignity when you are taken for granted is another Stoic strategy that can lead to others regretting their actions. It's natural to feel hurt, frustrated, or even angry when you are undervalued, but Stoicism teaches the importance of maintaining composure and not allowing others' actions to disturb your inner peace. By responding to being taken for granted with calmness, grace, and dignity, you demonstrate a level of strength that often surprises those who have underestimated you. Instead of reacting with bitterness or confrontation, your composed and dignified response highlights the contrast between their behavior and your integrity. This contrast can lead them to reflect on their actions, realizing that they misjudged your character and resilience. Over time, this can result in a deep sense of regret as they recognize that they failed to see and appreciate the depth of your character, a realization that often comes too late for them to rectify. Another crucial aspect of making others regret taking you for granted is to focus on your personal growth and well-being. When someone undervalues you, it's easy to become preoccupied with their behavior, to feel disheartened by the lack of appreciation, or to seek ways to change their perception of you. However, Stoicism encourages you to shift your focus away from trying to change others and to concentrate instead on what you can control, your own actions, decisions, and personal development. By investing your energy in self-improvement and pursuing your passions, you create a life that is rich, fulfilling, and independent of others' recognition. As you continue to grow, thrive, and succeed in your endeavors, those who took you for granted may begin to see what they have missed out on. Their regret will stem from the realization that while they failed to appreciate you, you have continued to flourish and achieve success without their acknowledgement or support. The principle of non-attachment to outcomes is another Stoic approach that can be particularly powerful in these situations. Often, when we feel undervalued or taken for granted, we become overly focused on making the other person realize their mistake. This attachment to a specific outcome can lead to frustration, especially if the other person remains oblivious or unrepentant. Stoicism teaches the importance of focusing on your own efforts and actions rather than on the results or how others respond. By practicing non-attachment to outcomes, you free yourself from the need for validation or recognition from those who took you for granted and instead concentrate on living according to your principles. This approach often has an unexpected effect, as those who initially undervalued you may begin to notice the strength and independence that come from your detachment. Their regret will emerge from the realization that, while they failed to appreciate you, you never needed their recognition to feel fulfilled and content in your life. Withdrawing your presence or support when it's clear that you are being taken for granted is another effective strategy rooted in Stoic wisdom. When someone assumes that you'll always be there, regardless of how they treat you, they often fail to appreciate your contributions and value. By calmly and quietly stepping back or reducing your involvement, you create a space for them to experience life without your presence or support. This absence often speaks louder than any confrontation could, forcing them to confront the void left by your departure. Over time, they may begin to regret not valuing you more when you were present, realizing the extent of the support, energy, and positivity you brought into their lives. This realization often leads to a profound sense of regret as they recognize what they have lost, a realization that often comes too late to change the situation, but underscores the importance of valuing those who contribute positively to their lives. Continuing to act with kindness and integrity, even when you've been taken for granted, is another Stoic strategy that can lead others to regret their actions. Stoicism teaches that your actions should be guided by your own values and principles, not by the behavior or treatment you receive from others. When you continue to act with kindness, integrity, and generosity, even in the face of being undervalued, you demonstrate a consistency of character that is deeply admirable. This often causes others to reflect on their own behavior, especially when they see that you have remained true to your principles despite their lack of appreciation. Their regret will come from the recognition that they took your kindness for granted and failed to reciprocate or acknowledge it when they had the opportunity. This realization can lead them to a deeper understanding of the value of integrity and kindness, even if their recognition comes too late to make amends. Another Stoic principle that can help you make others regret taking you for granted is cultivating self-reliance. When someone undervalues you, they often assume that you are dependent on their recognition, support, or validation. However, by developing a strong sense of self-reliance, emotionally, financially, and socially, you demonstrate that your happiness, success, and well-being are not contingent on their approval. This independence can significantly shift the power dynamic in the relationship, as the other person begins to realize that they were mistaken in assuming that you needed them more than they needed you. Over time, as they observe your ability to thrive without their support or recognition, they may come to regret not valuing you more when they had the chance. Their regret will stem from the recognition that you are fully capable of succeeding on your own terms and that they missed an opportunity to be part of your journey. Lastly, one of the most profound ways to make others regret taking you for granted is to move on with grace and without looking back. Stoicism teaches that holding on to anger, resentment, or the need to prove someone wrong only harms you, not the other person. By choosing to let go of the need to make them see their mistake and instead focusing on your own future, you free yourself from the emotional burden of their actions. Moving on with grace means accepting the situation for what it is, learning from it, and choosing to invest your energy in people and pursuits that bring you joy, fulfillment, and growth. This kind of strength and resilience is often the most powerful response to being taken for granted, as it shows that you are not defined by how others have treated you. In time, those who took you for granted may look back and realize the value of what they lost, a realization that often comes too late to change the outcome, but serves as a testament to the wisdom of your choice to move forward with dignity and purpose. Making others regret taking you for granted is not about seeking revenge or forcing them to acknowledge their mistakes. It's about living in a way that naturally commands respect and recognition, grounded in the principles of Stoicism. By focusing on your own growth, setting and maintaining boundaries, practicing indifference to external validation, responding with grace, and cultivating self-reliance, you demonstrate your worth in a way that is undeniable. Those who took you for granted may eventually come to regret their actions, not because you forced them to, but because your strength, dignity, and success speak for themselves. As you continue to apply these Stoic principles, you'll find that you are better equipped to navigate relationships with confidence and integrity, ensuring that you are valued and respected for who you are and what you bring to the table. Having explored how to make others regret taking you for granted, the natural progression is to turn inward and focus on the power of self-improvement, not just as a response to external situations, but as a way of life. It's a common experience to feel the urge to seek out validation, approval, or opportunities from others, but Stoicism teaches a different path, one where you don't beg for what you want, but instead elevate yourself so that what you deserve naturally finds its way to you. Imagine a life where you no longer chase after recognition or opportunities, but instead you cultivate yourself to such a degree that the right opportunities and people are drawn to you. This is not just about passive waiting, but about active, intentional self-improvement that aligns you with your true potential and the abundance that life has to offer. When you focus on elevating yourself, you start by recognizing that everything you need is already within you. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of inner strength and self-reliance, teaching that you don't need to beg or plead for what you desire. Instead, you should cultivate the qualities and skills that make you a magnet for the opportunities and relationships that align with your true self. By working on your character, honing your skills, and maintaining your integrity, you naturally position yourself to attract what is meant for you. This approach requires patience and trust in the process, knowing that what is truly yours will come in due time, and that your job is to prepare yourself to receive it. One of the core tenets of Stoicism is the understanding that you cannot control external events, but you can control your response to them. This principle is crucial when it comes to elevating yourself. Instead of fixating on what others think or what opportunities might come your way, you focus on what you can control, your own actions, decisions, and mindset. By shifting your focus inward and dedicating yourself to personal growth, you create a solid foundation that allows you to navigate life's challenges with grace and resilience. As you strengthen your inner world, the outer world begins to respond in kind, bringing you opportunities that reflect the work you've done on yourself. Elevating yourself is not about becoming superior to others, but about becoming the best version of yourself. Stoicism teaches that true greatness lies in virtue, wisdom, and self-discipline. When you commit to these principles, you naturally rise above the need for external validation or approval. You no longer feel the need to beg for attention or recognition because you are secure in who you are and what you bring to the table. This confidence and clarity attract the right people and opportunities into your life, those that resonate with your values and aspirations. By focusing on self-improvement, you set a standard for yourself that naturally elevates your life experiences. Patience plays a significant role in this process. In a world that often demands instant gratification, Stoicism teaches the value of waiting for the right opportunities to come to you. This doesn't mean being passive or complacent, but rather actively preparing yourself for what you want, while trusting that it will arrive at the right time. By cultivating patience, you learn to avoid the pitfalls of desperation and anxiety, which often lead to poor decisions and settling for less than you deserve. Instead, you focus on becoming the person who is ready to receive the best that life has to offer. As you elevate yourself, you find that the right opportunities and relationships arrive when you are truly prepared to embrace them. Another important aspect of elevating yourself is the practice of self-reflection. Stoicism encourages regular introspection as a means of understanding your motivations, strengths, and areas for growth. By engaging in honest self-reflection, you gain clarity on what truly matters to you and what you need to work on to align your life with those values. This process of self-awareness is crucial for personal growth and for attracting the right opportunities. When you know yourself deeply, you are less likely to be swayed by external pressures or to pursue paths that don't align with your true self. Instead, you can focus your energy on becoming the person you want to be, which naturally attracts the opportunities that resonate with your elevated self. Stoicism also teaches the importance of resilience in the face of adversity. As you work on elevating yourself, you will inevitably encounter challenges and setbacks. These are not signs that you should give up or lower your standards, but rather opportunities to strengthen your resolve and commitment to your growth. By embracing challenges as opportunities for growth, you build the resilience needed to stay the course, even when things don't go as planned. This resilience not only helps you navigate difficulties, but also signals to the universe that you are ready to handle the opportunities you seek. The more resilient you become, the more you attract situations that match your level of strength and perseverance. Focusing on self-improvement also means letting go of the need for external validation. It's easy to fall into the trap of seeking approval from others, especially when you're striving to elevate yourself. However, Stoicism teaches that true contentment comes from within and that the opinions of others should not dictate your sense of self-worth. By letting go of the need for validation, you free yourself to pursue your goals with authenticity and integrity. This inner freedom is attractive to the right opportunities and people who are drawn to your confidence and independence. When you no longer rely on external approval, you create a space for what is truly meant for you to enter your life. Another key principle of Stoicism that supports the process of elevating yourself is the focus on living in alignment with your values. When you live according to your core beliefs, you naturally attract opportunities that resonate with who you are. This alignment creates a sense of harmony and flow in your life, where you are no longer chasing after things that don't fulfill you. Instead, you are guided by your values, which act as a compass leading you toward the opportunities that are right for you. By staying true to your values, you elevate yourself above the distractions and temptations that might otherwise lead you astray, allowing you to focus on what truly matters. Another important aspect of elevating yourself is cultivating a mindset of abundance rather than scarcity. Scarcity thinking leads to desperation, fear, and a tendency to cling to what you have, even if it's not what you truly want. In contrast, an abundance mindset, rooted in Stoic principles, recognizes that there is enough in the world for everyone and that what is meant for you will come to you. By adopting this mindset, you release the need to compete or beg for opportunities, knowing that the right ones will find their way to you in time. This shift in perspective allows you to approach life with confidence and trust, knowing that as you elevate yourself, you naturally align with the abundance that the universe has to offer. Stoicism also teaches the importance of discipline in the process of self-improvement. Elevating yourself requires consistent effort, dedication, and the willingness to make sacrifices in the short term for long-term gains. Discipline is what allows you to stay focused on your goals, even when distractions or temptations arise. It's the practice of doing what needs to be done, regardless of how you feel in the moment. By cultivating discipline, you build the habits and routines that support your growth and elevate your life. This consistent effort signals to the universe that you are serious about your goals, making it more likely that the right opportunities will come your way. Gratitude is another powerful Stoic practice that can help you elevate yourself. By focusing on what you already have and expressing gratitude for it, you shift your mindset from one of lack to one of abundance. Gratitude helps you appreciate the present moment and recognize the progress you've already made, rather than constantly striving for more. This shift in perspective not only enhances your overall well-being, but also attracts more of what you are grateful for into your life. When you approach life with gratitude, you elevate yourself to a state of contentment and peace, which naturally draws the right opportunities and people to you. A key element of Stoicism is the acceptance of what you cannot control. This acceptance is crucial in the process of elevating yourself because it frees you from the anxiety and frustration that come from trying to force outcomes. Instead of fixating on things beyond your control, Stoicism teaches you to focus on what you can influence: your own actions, decisions, and attitudes. By embracing this principle, you let go of the need to beg or plead for what you want, and instead focus on becoming the person who naturally attracts what is meant for them. This acceptance brings a sense of peace and allows you to move forward with confidence, knowing that you are doing your part to elevate yourself and trusting that the rest will fall into place. Elevating yourself also involves letting go of past mistakes and regrets. Stoicism teaches that dwelling on the past only hinders your progress and keeps you from moving forward. By accepting your past as part of your journey and learning from it, you free yourself to focus on the present and future. This process of forgiveness and acceptance is crucial for personal growth, as it allows you to shed the weight of regret and embrace the opportunities that lie ahead. When you let go of the past, you open yourself up to new possibilities and create space for the right opportunities to enter your life. Another important aspect of elevating yourself is cultivating meaningful relationships. Stoicism teaches that the quality of your relationships has a significant impact on your overall well-being and success. By surrounding yourself with people who support your growth and share your values, you create a positive and empowering environment that helps you elevate yourself. These relationships provide the encouragement, accountability, and inspiration you need to stay focused on your goals and continue growing. As you elevate yourself, you naturally attract others who are on a similar path, creating a network of support and collaboration that amplifies your efforts and brings even more opportunities your way. Stoicism also emphasizes the importance of embracing change as a natural part of life. Elevating yourself often requires stepping out of your comfort zone and embracing new challenges and opportunities. Change can be uncomfortable, but it is also essential for growth. By adopting a Stoic mindset, you learn to view change as an opportunity for growth rather than something to be feared. This perspective allows you to approach new situations with confidence and curiosity, knowing that they are part of your journey to elevate yourself. As you become more comfortable with change, you open yourself up to new opportunities and experiences that align with your elevated self. Another key principle of Stoicism that supports self-improvement is the practice of mindfulness. By being fully present in each moment, you can make more conscious choices that align with your values and goals. Mindfulness helps you stay focused on what truly matters, avoiding distractions and temptations that might lead you away from your path. By cultivating mindfulness, you become more attuned to your inner world and the opportunities around you. This heightened awareness allows you to make decisions that elevate your life and attract the right opportunities at the right time. Stoicism also teaches the importance of humility in the process of elevating yourself. While it's important to recognize your strengths and accomplishments, it's equally important to remain humble and open to learning. Humility allows you to acknowledge your limitations and seek out opportunities for growth. By staying humble, you remain receptive to feedback and new perspectives, which are essential for continuous self-improvement. This openness to learning and growth not only helps you elevate yourself, but also attracts opportunities that align with your desire to grow and evolve. Another crucial aspect of elevating yourself is taking responsibility for your life and your choices. Stoicism teaches that you are the architect of your own life, and it's up to you to create the life you want. This means taking ownership of your actions, decisions, and the outcomes they produce. By accepting responsibility, you empower yourself to make the changes necessary to elevate your life. This sense of ownership also attracts the right opportunities, as you demonstrate that you are ready and willing to take on the challenges and responsibilities that come with them. Stoicism also encourages the practice of detachment from material possessions and external achievements. While success and wealth can be part of a fulfilling life, Stoicism teaches that they should not be the primary focus. Instead, the focus should be on cultivating inner virtues and living in alignment with your values. By detaching from the need for material success, you free yourself to pursue opportunities that are truly meaningful and fulfilling. This shift in focus allows you to elevate yourself in a way that is sustainable and aligned with your true self, attracting opportunities that resonate with your values and contribute to your overall well-being. Another important principle of Stoicism that supports self-improvement is the practice of self-discipline. Elevating yourself requires consistent effort and the ability to stay focused on your goals, even when faced with distractions or challenges. Self-discipline is the practice of doing what needs to be done, regardless of how you feel in the moment. By cultivating self-discipline, you build the habits and routines that support your growth and elevate your life. This consistent effort signals to the universe that you are serious about your goals, making it more likely that the right opportunities will come your way. Stoicism also teaches the importance of resilience in the face of adversity. As you work on elevating yourself, you will inevitably encounter challenges and setbacks. These are not signs that you should give up or lower your standards, but rather opportunities to strengthen your resolve and commitment to your growth. By embracing challenges as opportunities for growth, you build the resilience needed to stay the course, even when things don't go as planned. This resilience not only helps you navigate difficulties, but also signals to the universe that you are ready to handle the opportunities you seek. The more resilient you become, the more you attract situations that match your level of strength and perseverance. Elevating yourself also involves cultivating a positive mindset. Stoicism teaches that your thoughts and beliefs shape your reality, and by focusing on the positive aspects of your life, you can create a more fulfilling and successful life. By choosing to focus on what is going well and what you are grateful for, you elevate your energy and attract more of what you want into your life. This positive mindset not only enhances your overall well-being, but also attracts opportunities that align with your elevated state of mind. Another key principle of Stoicism that supports self-improvement is the focus on living in alignment with your values. When you live according to your core beliefs, you naturally attract opportunities that resonate with who you are. This alignment creates a sense of harmony and flow in your life, where you are no longer chasing after things that don't fulfill you. Instead, you are guided by your values, which act as a compass leading you toward the opportunities that are right for you. By staying true to your values, you elevate yourself above the distractions and temptations that might otherwise lead you astray, allowing you to focus on what truly matters. Lastly, Stoicism teaches the importance of perseverance in the pursuit of self-improvement. Elevating yourself is not a one-time event, but an ongoing process that requires dedication and persistence. There will be times when progress seems slow, or when obstacles appear insurmountable, but it is in these moments that your perseverance is most important. By continuing to push forward, even in the face of difficulties, you demonstrate your commitment to your growth and your belief in your ability to achieve your goals. This perseverance not only helps you overcome challenges, but also attracts opportunities that align with your determination and drive. The path to elevating yourself is a journey that requires patience, discipline, and a deep commitment to living according to your values. By focusing on self-improvement and cultivating the qualities that align with your true self, you naturally attract the right opportunities and relationships into your life. Stoicism provides the tools and principles to guide you on this journey, helping you to remain focused, resilient, and true to yourself. As you continue to elevate yourself, you will find that what you deserve will come to you, not because you begged for it, but because you have become the person who is ready to receive it. As you continue to elevate yourself, focusing on self-improvement and attracting what you truly deserve, it's essential to become aware of the subtle ways others might try to manipulate you. Manipulation can be insidious, creeping into your relationships, workplace dynamics, and even casual interactions. Often, you might not even realize it's happening until you find yourself feeling trapped, drained, or acting against your own best interests. Imagine being able to recognize manipulation from the start and having the inner strength and clarity to resist it, maintaining control over your own decisions and actions. Through the lens of Stoicism, you can learn not only to detect these manipulative tactics, but also to fortify your mind against them, ensuring that you remain true to your values and principles. One of the first steps in stopping manipulation is understanding that it often preys on your emotions and vulnerabilities. Manipulators are skilled at identifying your weak points, whether it's a desire for approval, fear of conflict, or a sense of obligation, and using these against you. Stoicism teaches the importance of emotional resilience, urging you to maintain equanimity in the face of external pressures. By cultivating this emotional stability, you create a barrier against manipulation, as you are less likely to be swayed by guilt, fear, or flattery. Instead, you can respond to situations with a calm and rational mind, making decisions based on your values rather than on the emotional tactics of others. Another crucial aspect of resisting manipulation is developing a strong sense of self-awareness. Stoicism emphasizes the practice of self-reflection, encouraging you to regularly examine your thoughts, motivations, and behaviors. By understanding your own needs, desires, and triggers, you become less susceptible to manipulation. When you know yourself well, you can recognize when someone is attempting to exploit your insecurities or push you in a direction that doesn't align with your true self. This self-awareness allows you to respond with confidence and assertiveness, setting clear boundaries and refusing to be manipulated. Stoicism also teaches the importance of focusing on what you can control, your own actions and reactions, rather than trying to control or change others. Manipulators often thrive on creating a sense of dependency, making you feel that you need their approval or guidance to make decisions. By shifting your focus inward, you reclaim your power and autonomy. You realize that you don't need to rely on others to validate your choices or to tell you what to do. This shift in perspective is empowering, as it frees you from the manipulative tactics of others and allows you to act according to your own principles and values. A key Stoic practice that helps in resisting manipulation is the cultivation of rational thinking. Manipulators often rely on confusion, deception, or emotional manipulation to get what they want. By developing your ability to think clearly and logically, you can see through these tactics and make decisions based on reason rather than emotion. Stoicism encourages you to approach every situation with a rational mind, weighing the facts and considering the long-term consequences of your actions. This rational approach makes it much harder for others to manipulate you, as you are not easily swayed by emotional appeals or misleading information. Another important aspect of resisting manipulation is setting and maintaining strong boundaries. Manipulators often test your limits, pushing you to do things you're uncomfortable with or taking advantage of your generosity and kindness. Stoicism teaches the importance of self-respect and the need to protect your own well-being. By setting clear boundaries and enforcing them consistently, you send a strong message that you will not tolerate manipulation. This might involve saying no to unreasonable requests, refusing to engage in guilt-tripping, or distancing yourself from those who do not respect your boundaries. By standing firm in your boundaries, you protect yourself from being manipulated and ensure that your actions align with your values. It's also important to recognize the signs of manipulation early on. Manipulators often use tactics like gaslighting, where they make you question your own reality, or triangulation, where they involve a third party to create confusion and division. Stoicism teaches the value of discernment, helping you to see situations clearly and to recognize when something doesn't feel right. By being aware of these tactics, you can spot manipulation before it takes hold and take steps to protect yourself. This awareness allows you to stay grounded in your own truth, refusing to be drawn into the manipulative games of others. One of the most effective ways to resist manipulation is to practice detachment from the opinions and actions of others. Stoicism teaches that your happiness and sense of self-worth should not be dependent on external validation. Manipulators often prey on your need for approval or fear of rejection, using these to control your behavior. By cultivating detachment, you free yourself from the need for others' approval and become less vulnerable to manipulation. This doesn't mean you become indifferent or uncaring, but rather that you maintain a sense of inner peace and self-assurance, regardless of how others treat you. This inner strength makes it much harder for manipulators to sway you, as you are not seeking their validation or acceptance. Stoicism also encourages the practice of mindfulness, which can be a powerful tool in resisting manipulation. By staying present and fully aware in each moment, you can catch subtle manipulative behaviors as they occur. Mindfulness allows you to observe your own reactions and the actions of others without getting swept up in them. This heightened awareness helps you to recognize when someone is trying to manipulate you and to respond in a way that is aligned with your values. Instead of reacting impulsively or emotionally, you can take a step back, assess the situation, and choose the response that best serves your well-being. Another important principle in resisting manipulation is the understanding that you are responsible for your own emotions and actions. Manipulators often try to make you feel responsible for their feelings or actions, using guilt or blame to control you. Stoicism teaches that while you should be empathetic and considerate, you are not responsible for how others feel or behave. By accepting responsibility for your own emotions and decisions, you take back your power and refuse to be manipulated by others' attempts to shift blame onto you. This sense of personal responsibility is empowering, as it allows you to act with integrity and self-respect, regardless of the manipulative tactics of others. Stoicism also emphasizes the importance of remaining calm and composed in the face of manipulation. Manipulators often try to provoke an emotional reaction, knowing that when you are upset or flustered, you are more likely to be controlled. By practicing Stoic calmness, you maintain your composure and refuse to give manipulators the reaction they seek. This calmness not only protects you from being manipulated, but also gives you the clarity to see through the manipulative tactics and respond in a way that is true to yourself. The ability to remain calm under pressure is a powerful defense against manipulation, as it allows you to stay in control of your actions and decisions. Another way to resist manipulation is by building strong, supportive relationships with people who respect and value you. Stoicism teaches that the company you keep has a significant impact on your well-being and success. By surrounding yourself with people who share your values and treat you with respect, you create a positive and empowering environment that makes it harder for manipulators to influence you. These supportive relationships provide you with the encouragement and perspective you need to stay true to yourself, even when faced with manipulative behavior. They also offer a sounding board for when you're unsure if you're being manipulated, helping you to see situations more clearly and make informed decisions. Stoicism also encourages the practice of assertiveness, which is crucial in resisting manipulation. Being assertive means standing up for your rights and expressing your needs and desires clearly and confidently without being aggressive or passive. Manipulators often prey on those who are passive or afraid to speak up, knowing that they are less likely to resist. By practicing assertiveness, you make it clear that you will not be manipulated and that you expect to be treated with respect. This assertiveness also helps to deter manipulators, as they are less likely to target someone who confidently asserts their boundaries and stands up for themselves. Another important aspect of resisting manipulation is understanding the power dynamics at play in your relationships. Stoicism teaches that all relationships involve a balance of power, and being aware of these dynamics is crucial for maintaining healthy interactions. Manipulators often try to gain power over you by creating a sense of dependency or by undermining your confidence. By recognizing these tactics, you can take steps to rebalance the power in your relationships, ensuring that you are not being controlled or manipulated. This might involve setting boundaries, asserting your independence, or even distancing yourself from relationships that are not based on mutual respect and equality. Stoicism also teaches the importance of focusing on long-term outcomes rather than short-term gains. Manipulators often use immediate rewards or threats to influence your behavior, knowing that people are more likely to act impulsively when faced with immediate consequences. By focusing on the long-term consequences of your actions, you can resist the pressure to make decisions that don't align with your values or best interests. This long-term perspective allows you to see through manipulative tactics and to make choices that are in line with your true goals and values, rather than being swayed by short-term incentives or threats. Another key principle of Stoicism that can help you resist manipulation is the practice of self-discipline. Manipulators often rely on your lack of discipline to control your behavior, knowing that if you are not in control of your own impulses, they can more easily steer you in the direction they want. By cultivating self-discipline, you strengthen your ability to make decisions based on reason and principle, rather than on impulse or external pressure. This self-discipline not only helps you resist manipulation, but also empowers you to live a life that is true to your values and goals, free from the influence of others. Stoicism also emphasizes the importance of integrity, which is a powerful defense against manipulation. Integrity means living in alignment with your values and principles, regardless of the external pressures or temptations you face. Manipulators often try to get you to act in ways that are inconsistent with your values, knowing that this creates internal conflict and makes you more susceptible to control. By maintaining your integrity, you protect yourself from this kind of manipulation, as you are less likely to be swayed by external influences that don't align with your true self. This integrity not only helps you resist manipulation, but also earns you the respect of others, further deterring those who might try to manipulate you. Another important aspect of resisting manipulation is the ability to let go of outcomes that are beyond your control. Manipulators often try to create a sense of urgency or fear around specific outcomes, knowing that this makes you more likely to act against your best interests. Stoicism teaches that while you should strive for your goals, you should also be prepared to accept whatever outcome occurs, knowing that you have done your best. By letting go of the need to control specific outcomes, you free yourself from the fear and anxiety that manipulators often use to influence you. This acceptance allows you to make decisions that are based on your values and principles rather than on fear or desperation. Stoicism also teaches the importance of self-compassion in the face of manipulation. Manipulators often try to make you feel unworthy or inadequate, knowing that these feelings can make you more susceptible to control. By practicing self-compassion, you remind yourself of your inherent worth and value, regardless of how others treat you. This self-compassion helps to protect you from the negative emotions that manipulators often try to instill in you, allowing you to remain confident and self-assured in the face of their tactics. This inner strength not only helps you resist manipulation, but also empowers you to live a life that is true to your values and goals. Another important principle in resisting manipulation is the practice of forgiveness. Manipulators often rely on your inability to forgive to keep you trapped in a cycle of resentment and anger, which they can use to control you. Stoicism teaches that forgiveness is not about condoning the actions of others, but about freeing yourself from the emotional burden of holding on to anger and resentment. By practicing forgiveness, you release yourself from the grip of manipulators and reclaim your power to live your life according to your values and principles. This forgiveness not only helps you resist manipulation, but also allows you to move forward with peace and clarity. Finally, Stoicism teaches the importance of continuous learning and growth in resisting manipulation. Manipulators often prey on ignorance or lack of knowledge, knowing that if you are not informed, you are more easily controlled. By committing to continuous learning and growth, you empower yourself with the knowledge and skills needed to recognize and resist manipulation. This might involve studying Stoic principles, seeking out mentors, or simply staying curious and open to new ideas. The more you learn and grow, the less susceptible you become to manipulation, as you are better equipped to see through the tactics of others and to make informed decisions that align with your values and goals. Learning to stop being manipulated by others is a crucial aspect of living a life that is true to your values and principles. By applying Stoic teachings such as emotional resilience, self-awareness, rational thinking, and the cultivation of strong boundaries, you can protect yourself from the manipulative tactics of others and reclaim your power to live your life according to your own terms. This journey requires patience, discipline, and a deep commitment to self-improvement, but the rewards are immense. A life of integrity, freedom, and fulfillment, where you are no longer swayed by the influence of others, but instead guided by your own inner wisdom and strength. As you've journeyed through the teachings of Stoicism, You've delved into the art of self-elevation, learned to recognize and resist manipulation, and explored how to align your life with your true values. This path is not merely about self-defense or personal growth. It's about reclaiming your power and living a life of integrity, purpose, and fulfillment. Stoicism offers you a roadmap, guiding you through the complexities of life with wisdom, patience, and resilience. The principles you've learned are tools, not just for surviving the challenges of life, but for thriving amidst them, ensuring that you remain true to yourself no matter what comes your way. As you continue on this path, it's essential to remember that Stoicism is not a destination, but a lifelong practice. It's about continually striving to be the best version of yourself, to act with virtue and wisdom, and to navigate life's inevitable ups and downs with grace and composure. You've already taken significant steps by learning how to stop being manipulated by others, elevate yourself to attract the right opportunities, and respond to life's challenges with a Stoic mindset. These lessons are the foundation upon which you can build a life that is not only successful, but deeply meaningful and aligned with your true self. In practicing Stoicism, you are cultivating a mindset that is resilient to external pressures and immune to the fleeting whims of fortune. You're learning to focus on what you can control, your thoughts, actions, and responses, while letting go of the need to control what is beyond your reach. This approach empowers you to navigate life with a sense of peace and purpose, knowing that you are living according to your principles and values. As you continue to apply these teachings, you'll find that you are more grounded, more confident, and more capable of handling whatever life throws your way. But remember, the application of Stoicism is not about perfection. It's about progress. It's about striving to improve a little each day, to act a little more virtuously, to respond a little more wisely. It's about recognizing that growth is a journey, not a destination, and that every step you take on this path brings you closer to becoming the person you aspire to be. This mindset allows you to approach life with a sense of curiosity and openness, eager to learn from every experience, whether it's a success or a setback. As you reflect on what you've learned, consider how you can integrate these principles into your daily life. Perhaps it's through morning reflections on your values and goals, or evening reviews of how you responded to the day's challenges. Maybe it's in the way you interact with others, striving to maintain your boundaries and act with integrity, even when it's difficult. Or perhaps it's in your pursuit of personal growth, committing to continuous learning and self-improvement. Whatever form it takes, the practice of Stoicism is a powerful tool for living a life of purpose, resilience, and fulfillment. In a world that often seems chaotic and unpredictable, Stoicism offers a way to find peace and stability within yourself. It teaches you that true power lies not in controlling the world around you, but in mastering yourself, your thoughts, your emotions, your actions. By focusing on what you can control and letting go of what you cannot, you free yourself from the anxieties and pressures that so often dominate our lives. This freedom allows you to live more fully, more authentically, and more joyfully, knowing that you are in control of the most important thing, yourself. The journey of Stoicism is one of empowerment. It's about taking responsibility for your life and your happiness, rather than depending on others or external circumstances. It's about recognizing that you have the power to shape your life through the choices you make, the actions you take, and the mindset you cultivate. As you continue to practice these principles, you'll find that you are more resilient, more confident, and more capable of achieving your goals and living a life that truly reflects who you are. But this journey is not one you have to take alone. As you continue to explore and apply Stoicism, consider how you can share these teachings with others, whether it's through conversations, actions, or simply by being a living example of these principles. By doing so, you not only reinforce your own understanding and practice of Stoicism, but also contribute to a community of individuals striving to live better, more virtuous lives. As you move forward, I encourage you to keep reflecting on the principles of Stoicism and how they apply to your life. Keep asking yourself the tough questions. Are you living according to your values? Are you focusing on what you can control? Are you responding to life's challenges with wisdom and resilience? These reflections are not just exercises in self-examination. They are essential to your growth and development as a Stoic. Remember that Stoicism is not just about philosophy, it's about action. It's about taking the principles you've learned and applying them to your daily life. It's about making choices that reflect your values, setting boundaries that protect your well-being, and responding to challenges with calmness and clarity. By doing so, you not only improve your own life, but also inspire those around you to do the same. As you continue to practice Stoicism, you'll likely encounter moments of doubt or difficulty. There will be times when it's challenging to maintain your composure, set your boundaries, or stay true to your values. In these moments, remember that Stoicism is not about being perfect. It's about striving to improve, learning from your experiences, and doing your best each day. It's about recognizing that every challenge is an opportunity for growth, and that every setback is a chance to practice resilience. In closing, I want to thank you for joining me on this journey through Stoicism. I hope that these teachings have resonated with you and provided you with tools and insights that you can use to live a more purposeful, resilient, and fulfilling life. Remember, Stoicism is a journey, not a destination. It's a practice that requires continuous effort and commitment, but the rewards are profound, a life of inner peace, strength, and true fulfillment. If you found value in this exploration of Stoicism, I would love to hear your thoughts. How have these principles impacted your life? What challenges have you faced, and how have you applied Stoic wisdom to overcome them? Your experiences are valuable, and sharing them can inspire others who are on a similar journey. Please leave a comment below, and let me know how Stoicism has influenced your life. Your insights and stories are important, not just to me, but to everyone in this community. And if you haven't already, I invite you to subscribe to the channel. By subscribing, you'll join a community of like-minded individuals who are committed to personal growth, resilience, and living life with purpose. You'll also receive regular updates on new content that will continue to guide and support you on your journey through Stoicism. So, hit that subscribe button and let's continue this journey together. Thank you for being a part of this exploration. Remember, the journey of Stoicism is one of continuous growth and learning. Keep striving, keep reflecting, and keep applying these principles to your life. What you deserve will come to you, not by chance, but by the steady, intentional practice of living according to your values and principles. Until next time, stay strong, stay true, and keep moving forward on your Stoic journey.